We're
eat
live?
you, Lenneth. And as you look at him, you just poof, and you're back to Lenneth.
Whoa, Lenny, dude,
Oh my fucking god.
how
Oh
you
my god.
feeling?
Not well, better now. Now that I'm not a duck.
Yeah,
That
you
that
okay?
was no. I was in that fucking library for like a year.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry.
What
I
happened?
was saying,
Where did you guys
I
go?
died, dude.
You don't look very dead. Well, I guess I died
Yeah, I got
too.
brought back to life. I walked off.
Dude,
It's okay.
there are spiders. Like
Yeah,
big
you
fuck
saw
off
one?
spiders. I saw where they came from.
Oh,
There's also this
did you kill
massive
one?
one. No, I just ate books for months.
Okay. Oh, you can eat the books. I should have. I've only eaten one, and it was
I
like
don't
somebody's
think
pretty
I-
important.
I don't think I got anything out of it other than like being full. So I don't know what you would have gotten from eating the books, but I mean I feel pretty good. Other than the horrifying experience of turning into a duck and there's
Oh yeah,
termites
you've been
too.
a duck for like a week, dude. There was termites.
Yeah, also what happened to fucking Kenneth?
He's pacing in circles in his cage.
He is going through temporary madness due to a high exposure to honey badger DNA that is causing his physical body stress. He'll be okay in like 5 days.
I
You go see him go, like snarling violently at you. Not a single sapient thought in his brain hole.
Trust me,
Arrgh.
he'll be okay. It's okay, buddy. We can. It's okay, pal. It's okay. But yeah,
I see.
I mean, do you want me to do like a genetics test on you, see if your genetics got messed up?
I
Because
mean, sure.
okay, go ahead and put your. First off, you need to make sure that your blood's red and everything. You don't have any eggs in your body, do you?
Oh shit. Well, if I was a duck, wouldn't they have like bursted out of my body by now?
Well, I mean, it can
Xenomorph.
take a while for them to be there.
We'll
Okay,
find
how do I check that
out.
there's I don't know how to check if there's fucking eggs in my body.
I kind of do a little sniff. What's he smell like?
You
Egg.
sniff him, and honestly, the whole Kenneth situation is just way too, stinky.
Oh my god!
Gotta get out of here.
You rolling your own shit again. How many people
Oh.
how many times have I told you you can't roll in your own shit, dude? It's not sanitary. You're not marking your territory.
He starts peeing on the side of the cage.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Dude.
the return of Piss Boy.
Very
Fucking
bad.
snake.
Ah,
I'm a
man,
feral badger. What do you want from me? God damn it.
this is like a crazy investment, by the way, Lenneth.
Oh.
Yeah. By the way, what he did say that this is what he wanted to do, so not my fault.
I see. Did he really?
This is what he said. This is not my fault.
All right. Well, yeah. fair.
He agreed. So therefore he's unable to sue. So
Fair.
yeah, I'm a morally sound geneticist. Okay.
Of course.
Importantly, do you want your blood taken and tested?
Yeah, sure. I'm fine with that.
Before I do this, I just want to ask: do you have any other reasons why you think that you're not just a regular human dude, or like anything else?
I mean, I was a duck for
family
a fucking
heritage?
I mean, I've been a human all my life. I don't know how my ability works in the end, so who knows if like all of the DNA of like guns and stuff are in my blood.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Are you a
last night-
mutant or
I
a
might be.
innate
Uh,
inscribed?
I am.
Oh, wait,
I was
I'm
born.
by myself. Okay.
I'm not
Yeah.
entirely sure. I was. I felt some weird things when I was in the library because I turned into a spider for a while with my
Oh,
ability,
this
and then I
sounds
just kind of it was. But I felt more and more like a spider, which I don't think I was turned into a spider like actually, but it's good to check. And
yeah.
also, yeah,
So the library has this weird way of fucking with your brain. Turiel tried to comprehend infinity. I don't know what he was thinking, to be honest, but
Jesus
it didn't
Christ.
work. Um, you probably were there. I'm not gonna be like I know exactly what's going on, but I wouldn't be surprised. You have pretty good mental fortitude if you didn't immediately crack, so that's good.
Oh, that's always good to know. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
Did
guess
you
just a general precaution then, DNA testing
mm,
wise.
quick bioscan?
Ding, ding, ding. With the device? Or with just your bioelectricity?
I'll do my shark powers first, just to make sure he's not a jelly man.
He's
Yeah,
actually a skinwalker.
it turns out this whole time he's been a
I have
flesh
to,
gate. Dun
I have
dun
to kill you.
dun.
Kenneth,
Please
Yeah.
don't.
get him.
Oh.
Oh God.
Bang his head against the door repeatedly. But yeah, no, you sense him, and it's weird. His senses are all weird, actually. He is a little weird, but it's comparable to baseline human. Enough that it doesn't
Okay.
send your everything into a
Womp womp.
frenzy.
You are enough of a human that it doesn't make me want to
Enough of a human?
fight you. Yeah, there's something weird about you, pal.
Oh. Well, I always knew that. My mama
Wow.
said that too. Well, actually, no, I never met my mama, so I just assumed that's what she
Well,
said.
I just scanned your bio with my bio powers. Don't worry about that. I just did a quick bio scan about you. I wonder, did you go into the textile room?
I did. I did, in fact, go to a textile room. I got shocked a little bit, but I didn't nothing happened. I didn't feel any different.
How curious. I wonder if that rubbed off into your bioelectricity. Now I
Did it?
have to test your genetics, because now I want to see if I
Oh.
can.
Does it matter if I touched any of the tapestries?
Well, those are probably pre-existing and perhaps futures.
That's why I turned into a fucking duck.
Yeah. Did you see me
Oh.
blowing up and dying?
I did. I did, in fact, see you blow. And I saw Kenneth like this, actually. Surprisingly.
Oh, see that?
The more you know.
The more you know.
Yeah.
See, it actually, the center of it actually called to me. I don't know what was going on. It was weird. It kept on zapping me. So,
Oh.
I just figured I'd pop over there and see what happens.
Well, you do have some, electrical know-how.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think I died because I don't think it was its fault that I died. I think it was really my fault. It was really a me fuck up,
Oh.
Yeah. But I got better, so it's okay. Okay, let's get your DNA.
Hey, let's check it.
Okay, you scan him. No, 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 no. Ding, ding. And as you complete the scan, at that point, it immediately counts for 2 points towards your cool guy quest.
I can't
However,
stop winning.
it doesn't give you any context about what he is at all. And his
Dude.
DNA is too unstable. And you think if you ever scan him again, it'll probably have the opposite effect and not be good.
Okay, you are a freaky frog.
Oh.
Um,
Am I actually like a frog? I had a brother who was a frog.
no, dude. We'll get into that later. You gave me 2 DNA samples, which is strange because you're one person. And neither of those samples told me exactly what you were. So, Yeah, you are an unstable mass of DNA, it would seem.
You know, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Oh, yeah, I figured it would, because that's what your ability does, ain't it?
Yeah. Though I
Okay.
could also see, like, because all the fucking weird things in that library, maybe some like weird hybridization thing occurred. I did eat some termites, and those termites were like weird.
I never saw termites in there. What's weird is that that's an infinite space, right? How would there be termites in the library?
I mean,
Does that mean that
the
well,
spiders
the
seem to have
spiders?
come from like outside of the library itself, from what I saw. Like there was the walls of the library, and they're outside of the walls of the library, and they broke into it.
Uh, hmm. Well, you know what? That's not my problem. Not gonna lie to you.
You know, fire.
That's the higher conceptual entity that owns that library's problem. All we
Oh.
should call pest control.
Fair. It did. The spider thing did say it wasn't my time, which it didn't answer what that meant. But then it killed me, and then I came back as a duck.
Did you meet anybody in there? Like a specific guy, like he's like pretty chill. He had like a little cane. He walked you around, didn't you nowhere.
No, not a single guy. All I saw was spiders eating books and termites.
Huh. I guess he just didn't fuck with you, man. Damn.
Why? Why? Does he just not like my vibe? Do I not give off that good vibe like Kenneth does right now?
I don't know. He only met me once. But then he never showed up again. Ambrosio said he was like glazing him prior, but I don't know. Oh, Kenneth, get your hands out your poop, dude.
And as you say that, his B powers return to him because I don't want to deal
Oh
with
God!
it. And this is what stands before you. Kenneth, you're sentient again.
Shit,
Oh
dude.
God!
The screams of another 15,000 bees awaken you to reality. The cruel, cruel reality. As you are now beeless.
Ew, dude. I mean, Kenneth, you look so good.
Oh my! Oh,
Kenneth, you
God.
look
Shit in his
so
hands,
good.
like,
Kenneth,
to me?
dude, you look amazing, brother.
What? And why am I in a cage?
Hey, it's okay to cry. Thugs cry, man.
Bugs cry.
Why am I playing in shit?
Well,
is
you were a
this?
bit angry.
Are you?
So
You're asking. You're asking why you're playing in shit, but not why you're in a cage. Is
I
that
asked
something that you
first.
did
That
usually?
was my
Oh, you
first
did.
question.
Sorry, I was just so enamored by your features.
Yeah.
What do you
So,
mean my
you look-
features?
You look romantical, dude. Okay.
So
I look better than I did.
Ambrosio will. God.
Don't answer it, Ambrosio. Don't answer it,
Ambrosio comes over and is like, "Oh, I have a
Please.
video actually," and so he pulls out a phone,
Uh-huh.
and it looks a little weird, but you're not really focused on that right now. And he plays you a video of you getting injected with like the DNA splicey thing, which you like loosely remember,
Yeah.
and you just going completely feral and like doing the blobby gif once to Kenji. And then Combo
Oh,
just beating you with an iron chair.
that's hilarious. A little fucked up that I did that. Sorry, Kenji, but that's funny.
Kenji's off pouting / cultivating, and as he's not here
Oh.
today.
By the way, the cultivation you did go through with him. He said he would be willing.
Okay. I trust that. Yeah. Makes sense.
I'm gonna go clean myself.
Uh,
Yeah, let me
yeah,
get your keys, dude.
you fly out of the cage, and you look in the mirror for the first time, Kenneth. So you clean yourself in the communal toilets
Mm-hmm. Mm.
You do look romantical, as they say. And the one
I'm
thing
a
you notice
fan.
immediately is that you're more animal than human at this point, because as I said previously, the honey badger is not an ability per se. I know I explained this
Right.
out of chat, but I'll explain it in it. It's more of a thing of it is a serum. It's more of like an item. If I'm gonna put this in actual game statistics, it's an item that gives you some minor benefit, or like the same thing as casting a spell, like animal what's it called? Physiology from like Pathfinder more than anything else. So it's like you have like the claws and whatever, but they're the creature's claws, whereas an ability would actually scale whichever is better between a human and the animal to the other one. So like I said, the potency, if you were a rattlesnake, hypothetically, this is just the easiest way to say this. If you were to take the serum for rattlesnake, you would gain venom glands and fangs. However, they wouldn't be scaled to you. They'd be scaled to your size. So like your yield would be greater because your venom glands are larger. Whereas if you had a rattlesnake ability, though, a rattlesnake's venom is capable of killing something like well up to 5 times its own size. So the thing would be, you're a human rattlesnake, so your venom would be as potent as that would suggest of being able to kill something 5 times the size of a human, and having the greater yield, and your fangs having a greater durability, so on and so forth, would scale to you. Whereas this is, you just have it. And so, like I said, I'm imagining at this point what realistically has happened is you're 50% B from your basic B ability, 25 or 25 to 30% Badger, and then a mere like 20% human at this point, as the bee would have come back in full force into the body of a like half and half honey badger person, meaning most of the human traits have at this point like faded.
Taken over by B. I gotcha.
You kind of look like Beast from X-Men, like immediately after he transformed. Actually, kind of a good, like, a relevant comparison.
Beast from X-Men.
X-Men, yeah.
Not his current transformation. Let's go a little bit further back.
Yeah, like right after he transformed, when he's still experimenting on himself and stuff.
So not current. Okay. Let's find it. I can make this work, I think. I'm not blue though, right?
No, you're yellow and black and white.
Okay.
Black, white, and yellow primarily.
I can make this work. If I look kind of like him, I can make this work. I think.
I mean, you also have B features.
I also have what?
B features, dude. It's like a big thorax
Yeah.
and wings and stuff. You know, I'm not gonna take away your hope, buddy.
Mr. Beast! Come on, man.
Mr. Beast. Yeah, so
Alright,
more like
I'll clean up in the bathroom and
Oh yeah, oh
God.
god, get those hands away from me. Oh,
See, you don't look terrible, bro. It's, you know,
I am definitely not.
I'm
no
sure.
one wants to really approach me, but yeah, not horrible.
yeah.
Listen, hey, Colin puts his arm around you. Damn,
You don't
smell.
want to do that. I still
listen,
sit on my hands.
you know, technically, I'm here somewhere out there in the world. There's somebody that likes somebody like you. Listen, you have a natural energy, all right?
I feel
a
stronger.
natural. Yeah, see?
Stronger.
What do people like the most? It's strength. So, you know, you put your strength forward and no one can stop you.
you can make a lot of money on the internet with that kind of body.
Oh, could you help me with that,
Leonard.
Dude, he's like, he can like apply to like 5 different audiences, man.
And the problem is how much intersection is there in those audiences.
You'll find
Hey,
the
man.
one rich person and he'll be set.
True.
I need your help with that,
You
Leonard.
know, maybe.
You want to
God.
be my cameraman for me?
Oh no, nah, I didn't say that. I was just giving you some fucking advice.
I'll
Some
take that.
good
See how it
financial
goes.
advice. You know, I did work with Big Bucks Billy for a little bit. I'm just giving you advice here.
Okay,
You do
that's
remember
fair.
you have 5 questions for Big Bucks
Yep.
Billy.
I have
It
it
is
written
tough,
down.
five questions.
2 neuron questions.
You know, Kenneth, if it's like, I feel like I should ask Big Bucks because I don't think we're gonna be able to ask them for too long. I also don't have my mom's phone number. It's a pressing issue. You mind if you could call up Big Bucks Bill and ask them what my parents are up to in complete detail? You can.
Do you just want to borrow my phone? I'll answer. I'll call them
Yeah.
and say it's from me, and then I'll hand. You know.
Are you guys going to use more than one Big Bucks Billy question?
Right.
Anybody have a big bill? I asked God, but there's a chance he might just lie to me. He might just be playing.
Currently, I got no questions for him. So
Okay.
Yeah, you guys, you know what? I was gonna do this anyways because I was you're gonna be like, yeah, guys, I think we need to, you guys, yeah, so go out and think of more questions or something. Think about really think about if there's not anything else your party needs to know.
I have no idea what the fuck's going
Well, I
on with
guess
the
there's
party.
that other horseman.
Uh,
We should probably
yeah,
ask about.
no, that's. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys can RP it above game or whatever. I'm gonna go use the restroom and go drink real quick because I need to do that anyway. So that's kind of why I was hoping you would say yes. I'm like, as a DM, I'd suggest asking. Possibly, this is like you have to totally chill for a week. So probably maybe
Aaron.
use it. Anyways, BRP.
Horseman.
Kenneth is gonna go wash his hands real quick, just to get and clean himself. Just this is had. But yeah,
Okay.
I think horseman is one that we should ask about. See that next one.
Parents, horseman.
We have 3 questions we could ask left.
I
hold
mean,
on.
I don't know what's going on out here in the real world, to be honest. But you know, I got nothing. I wouldn't want to waste a question on a physical aspect thing that he can't answer. Considering the
Right,
weird
yeah.
DNA situation, that's the only thing I can think of.
I would since you guys are lost on the aspects of this world for the most part, I would ask questions about this world that you don't know about. So
That's why I wanted to ask about my parents, but
Right.
you know,
um,
because that changes a lot.
I mean,
just-
we can always, if your parents are famous or at least well known, I'm pretty sure they got like a linked out page, or maybe like a face tablet. Just like Google their names.
Maybe.
I can't wait to goggle them up on the internet.
Can't wait to goggle them.
Hold on, I'm looking through lore. Oh yeah, the Blood Angel. I forgot. I forgot what to ask about the Blood Angel guy. Yeah. Status of the Horseman. Any more information about the Blood Angel? Damn. Do I really give a fuck about anything else?
I don't know. Cause like, so is there anything? So what are we go? Why are we going to Grekus again?
We were
have
just
to go
moving,
to-
bro.
So
We
we're
have
just
to go-
we're just vibing.
We have to go to New York at some point for Turiel.
Yeah. We were
To
on a
see-
world tour prior.
Yes, our main goal is just get stronger. This is a good point for us because they have a lot of ability schooling. Like you can learn a lot.
Right, and we also need to. I just remembered we have to go and find fucking like. Oh no, actually, do we care about finding Hyperborea and High Brazil and stuff anymore? Considering Zerafin's
Wouldn't
dead.
mind finding it, but it's really up to the party. They said we didn't really have a time limit for it, so.
Okay.
It's
So
a
if
secondary
we,
mission.
yeah, we'll head to New York, and if nothing pops up, then we can head to like
We should
Hyperborea.
also, while we're in Claw, try to find out information about the egg. That is another reason we became Claw and not Ghost.
True.
Right.
I guess we can ask for any info about the egg.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do
Actually,
is Kenneth is just gonna type in Big Bucks Billy, be like, "Yo, we all got some questions. Pop them on speakerphone, and we can ask."
Just rapid
I
fire.
could just look up my parents' names and see if that brings up anything. But if it doesn't bring up anything, then damn. Damn.
You know what's crazy? I was so invested in this, I almost started trying to search. I was gonna be like, "What's your parents' names?" and search it on Google. And be like, "No, they're not
Uh,
coming up, dude. I don't know what this
oh,
is."
dude, I haven't even thought about their names, man.
That's how real D&D can be sometimes, boys and girls. Be prepared.
True. Parent, horseman. So I'll look up my parents first. If they don't come up, then I'll ask Big Billy about it.
Yeah,
Two,
so
ask about the new horseman.
and ask their, I
Uh,
guess, the horsemen in general. We'll ask that question.
about any information about the Blood Angel, or and four, have you gotten any information about the whereabouts of Arson's egg?
Yes. And that
Any
still
new
leaves
information
one
about
more question. Do we want to save that question for later?
I think I might
Open
ask.
mic.
I might ask about Turiel's background, but the thing is,
I'd want him here for that.
I want him there for that.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
won't use I have permission to RP Ambrosio. I'm not gonna actually use a party resource while doing Ambrosio unless he's actively told me, do this, please. Hence why
Right.
last
Mhm.
time he would have wanted, because he said literally flip a coin at any given moment to decide on if a topic would want to kill uh Kenneth, because I'm on the fence if he would or not. Essentially. So like I said, unless there's something very specific like that where he gives me instructions, I'm going to be the most neutral middle of the road for Ambrosio physically possible. As like I said, I'll super like RP player characters. So he's zonked in some ways.
Rise. Before I spam Big Bucks Billy with an irrelevant potential question,
Oh yeah,
can
yeah.
I look my parents up on Google?
Okay, you pull out your
You can
phone
go in with goggle,
and
dude.
you pull up Goggle and you look at them and nothing comes up. Nothing of
No,
value.
really.
Some stuff comes up of like the names exist, but it's a bunch of shit as if we were trying to find someone who's irrelevant with minimum information. Physically possible, but it would take a while of fine tuning searches and things like that. I know a lot about this due to my previous employment, but like I said, it's one of those things that, like, if you're trying to find a generalized name or something or whatever, and since you do have a little bit more to look off of, you can maybe find like high school or college records of like, oh yes, a graduate of XYZ, but like they're not important enough to have their own wiki article or anything like that.
Mhm. Interesting. The important question is, has my mother done anything in recent times?
No, not really.
Okay. Weird. Go ahead and call him. I don't know if I want to waste a question on it.
Okay. I will call Big Bucks Billy and basically
It's
just
me, Big Box Billy.
I'm gonna pop him on speakerphone. Hey, if you don't mind, we got a couple questions.
No problem at all. Remember, you have 5 questions. Ask if using the communion spell from D&D 5e. Cough, cough.
Okay.
What the fuck is D&D?
Kill that guy. Um,
Ask away, combo.
have you gotten any new information when it comes to the horsemen?
Ah, wow. That's okay. The brothers, I'm actually asking this as I'm gonna do 3.5 instead of 5e because that's way less fucking balls. They're
Yeah.
about the same spell, to be honest with you. So sorry about this one, guys. I would give you more context on what the spell claims to give. But he will say, and I quote, unclear. I mean, I do know more than you do, but I haven't found anything new since the Blood Angel was temporarily halted in Mu.
Got
Or,
it.
first question gone.
Look at the gang.
I don't know if we want to ask that other question if he's still.
I mean, I do have an idea of a question, which is there any pressing information that you need to update us on? Relatively? Is there any pressing information that you need to update us on?
Sorry, I was talking to someone. Anyway, what? Apologies. Oh.
Is there any pressing information that you need to update us on?
Are you sure that's how you want to phrase the question?
Yeah, is this living creature going to be like, yes? Okay.
I said I can only give one paragraph at maximum due to the way this is, because this is I'm using this as Big Bucks Billy telling you information, but this isn't like actual raw RP. This is actually like it's the same thing as the communion of like asking the god with commune. The god is technically also a living creature, but it will say yes, no, or unclear. And then if that answer is not sufficient, it will give a short phrase that will give further clarification. So, for example, if you ask, like, I would say this to be nice so you don't continue to use questions. So if you say, do you know more about this? Then that could be used as a clarifying question for future questions. Hence why I answered it and was like, okay, I can see why they're asking this. Because it'd be unclear. I don't know that much more. I still have more information that you could ask about that would be useful to you. But I do not have anything new of like
So-
what's happening right now.
We could ask a question kind of like, are the horsemen still after us? And that could be a yes, no, or unclear.
That'd be a yes, no,
Because
or unclear,
like,
and then he would give
if it
you
was
like
unclear,
2
some
sentences.
of them could be after us or other,
Yeah,
Okay.
no, exactly. And then he would give you clarification of 1 to 2 sentences saying something along the lines of, it's unclear. They seem to be split up in whatever, hypothetically, right?
Okay.
Like their goals are different. But this is like I said, Big Bucks Billy is God, essentially. Like I said, that's why I specified it. This is essentially like the communion spell. He can give you one yes, no, maybe answer, or one paragraph and a couple clarifying statements, or one paragraph worth of information if you ask something specific. Like, tell me everything you know about this horseman. He can give you one paragraph of information on them. That would be like viable. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Those are like
Yeah.
the 2 up for spell.
The question Serge put in chat, is there anything within the next month that will directly affect us / be a problem we need to prepare for? Like the horsemen are actually hunting us and will get us, or anything about the arsenic. So
It was just a example.
Yeah.
that. So when
Would
any
that be
breasts are coming around.
Good question. Yeah.
I think it's asking too many questions in one question.
Be fair.
So simplify it down a little bit. So like if
Are we still anything that's still hunting us? And if there is, well, that's 2 questions. Are the
you got,
horsemen still after us?
Yeah.
I will say, I will say you can ask more than one question in the same question. That is fine, but there's only so much the answer can push. So if there's something would get cut off, it would get cut off. So for example, you could ask, "Is someone doing this? If so, what?" Because remember, the answers are followed to only one of two answer patterns: yes, no, maybe, and clarifying sentence or two, or one paragraph of somewhat vague but it's like useful information, like still poignant enough that you get the point, but not like literally one for one of, okay, he has 20 STR, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so those are the two answer formulas. So you could ask, are they after us? If so, XYZ. But then his answer would be, yes, no, maybe they are after you. Clarifying question is then spent answering your follow-up question of if so, XYZ. So yeah, so that's how the spell would work. There are two answer formulas. They would have to be worded around that, but it's not like a, you don't have to go crazy specific.
These in my head.
I think the horseman question's a good one. That'll tell us that they're still after us, and there should be a clarifying statement afterwards.
I think it might be better to ask a question more broad that involves the horseman, like saying, who, if anyone, is actively hunting us at the moment, kind of question. Just to give us like a list of people we need to look out for. Like the horseman.
Who, if anyone, is still hunting us at the moment?
You see, there are currently 5 adversaries on your tail.
5.
Okay.
There. Firstly, oh, okay. Yeah, let me think about it. Yeah, no, this is within the amount. That's fine. He would say the Horseman organization is still seeking revenge against numerous people within your party. Secondarily, the enemies of that guy who showed up for a little bit are still your enemies due to the nature of how things panned out.
What the fuck did I do? I killed him.
Chaz is after what he wants from Turiel, but otherwise isn't that much of a problem.
That sperm? Okay.
The Jade Arbiter
Okay.
still seeks your head and has grown more intimately aware of your location due to the nature of Kenji and Lennet's actions.
What the fuck did I do?
Exactly.
And the new Arbiter of Chaos might become a problem.
You are Arbiter of Chaos. Got it. So we gotta kill
Look
two
at this
arbiters.
fraud watch.
That's second question used.
And I kill Seraphim again.
Again.
Okay.
Chaz
We got horseman.org. People hate Seraphim.
Chaz isn't a huge deal. He just wants to marry Turiel. And Turiel doesn't seem against it, so I'm not too worried about that. Jade Arbiter, we've known about that one. New Arbiter of Chaos. Well, we now know what happened to that egg. I don't know why the people who hate Seraphim are still after us. We only knew him for one goddamn day. And then the Horseman.
We didn't know for a day, actually.
What?
Don't worry about it. Okay. Weird. Damn.
Do you...
Does it? Holy shit, does it look like I stole this necklace from those people? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Your
Give
mom's
it to
gonna beat
me.
you. Yeah, she's gonna beat you, comma.
Oh. Okay. Y'all mind if I just ask the question about my parents and how they're doing?
Oh yeah, go for it, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Um. Hey, Big Bucks Billy. About this.
Hello, yes. I'm Big Bucks Billy.
How have my parents been doing? I haven't been able to call them, so yeah. Phone got eviscerated.
To quote ReZero,
Never had parents.
you had parents?
Oh.
Oh,
And here we go. For context, your parents? Eh. Same old, same old. Your parents? Did you ever have any? Scratches his head. And that's all the context this spell can give, essentially.
Oh shit. You might have. No, I shouldn't say that, comma. But I think in this world, your parents weren't very involved.
I think he needs a breather.
Right. No, I'm fine. I'm okay.
Okay.
I think I get it now. This is why. Okay. Okay. I didn't really have any other major questions unless you guys are like specifically into things. Although I am wondering why I'm on this cool guy quest at all, anyways, because you guys already knew I was going on it. Unless it's the Institute that gave it to me. Or.
I guess a question to ask, Mr. Indra, is has everything been the exact opposite, or have they just been slightly different? Because it's sounding like you cared for your parents, and in this world, according to you, they don't really exist, quote unquote. Turiel had some
I do.
problems with his powers. Ambrosio seemed different according to your reactions.
Ariel's entire life is different, and I think I know exactly what happened. Don't know if Big Bucks Billy would know. Well, he does know about the Kukai quest. I don't know why I'm here.
I will say this is essentially asking God. So even if Big Bucks Billy doesn't know, you could ask and get some context. But the more God and less Big Bucks Billy it is, the less context he'll give. I think is the fairest way to do that. You can technically ask any question and you'll get something. He won't just go, "Fuck you, I don't know," and waste the question. But he will be more cryptic because it's not him being like roleplay, like, "Oh yeah, this, and this, by the way," for like a paragraph worth of text. It'll be him being like, "Oh, well, you know how it goes. They say X, Y, Z, and I think that's the case in all scenarios," or whatever.
I need my legal guardian's phone number, guys. Like, I need to call my legal guardian.
I mean, you're over
I don't want to
18,
waste
you
too
don't
much
have
questions
legal
on this.
guardian.
No, technically. I am probably still on health insurance. Do I have health insurance?
You grab your head.
Oh
I
no,
don't
it's been
know.
over a
Would I
year
know
since
if he
last
has
time
health
you went in for a
insurance?
checkup. He did when he was in school, but he hasn't. But you, neither of you, have been to a doctor in like a year for this silly quest you've been going on.
With
We should
everything
get a
going on,
checkup.
we should
At
definitely
least
get
the
a
bill
kid
a lot.
checkup.
Oh man.
Like, you guys schedule a checkup for later this week, I guess. There you go. Poop.
Thank you so much. I can't believe I grew 2 inches, guys.
I can't believe I became a badger, guys.
I think they knew that. I don't know if I don't want to waste any more big bucks Billy questions.
Yeah, I think
unless you
we'll
guys have
wait for
anything
now.
specific. All
'Cause
right,
he
thank you,
answered.
Big Bucks Billy.
Of
You're the
course,
goat.
Rabbit, 2 questions left. Bye-bye. Pretty
Bye.
close
You
up.
know? Oh man, we should have wasted a
Oh!
question asking how he was doing today.
Oh man, damn. Well, the god of commerce is very, busy.
Mhm.
He answered questions that we didn't ask, kind of, just with the one. So, uh, that's how that we know where the egg went, kind of.
I gotta check email, guys. I gotta check a lot of things. I gotta do a lot. I don't think I have different foundations. Huh.
Well, like I said, you are the same for the most part from before you forgot everything to now.
Didn't forget everything. Two different people.
Sorry, you stopped existing. I, you
Does
took
Does that mean,
over
think for a
my
second,
comma.
Kenneth, does that mean all your friends are dead?
Push me to the
That's
edge.
that's a hard. Wait a second.
Your
Yeah, your
friends aren't
friends got
dead.
Mandela. You loved conspiracy theories, but what did that mean? The originals?
Oh,
Oh shit.
fuck.
Well,
In the void, right?
oh god. If we really think about it and go in depth, then there's Mandela effect versions of them back in their world currently raising hell.
I don't know if that's how that works.
Well, okay, because like if we're talking about parallel realities here, I may not have a physics degree, but I read stuff on the internet sometimes.
That's
Okay.
you too.
Theoretically, if they were able to transport here and their minds transferred, then the minds had to go somewhere else. So maybe their minds didn't go to where they were from, but they went somewhere else.
Maybe they're still in there.
Oh shit! Have you been having schizophrenic thoughts, Mr. Ingram?
Yeah. Have you been having? Are you split?
No, I'm me.
Are you sure there's not another voice in the back of your head that sounds like you, but it's not quite you?
I've had voices in my head before.
Roll the
There's
roll
not
the
another
dice.
one.
Roll the dice. I need to
I'm
know.
not rolling shit.
I need to know if there's another another thing in your
Okay,
brain.
I'm not
know
rolling
what?
shit.
All of you can roll a d20. Yeah, Kenneth, you get proficiency. And Lenneth, you get disadvantage.
Yeah.
Uh, so yeah, go on, everyone, roll your d20s. Yeah.
5.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you think?
19.
I see. I see. Okay, so we'll go in order. You're convinced, Lenneth, there must be another them out there somewhere. And you're thinking about it because they came here, but then you realize, wait, their bodies are different too because of the weird ability instability. Oh fuck. That means your version of your friends must
Oh my god.
be somewhere.
They're stuck in fucking Atlantis.
You think they might be in Hyperborea, actually. They're thinking about it. And all the shit you read online about parallel worlds and the ice
Oh my
wall.
god.
and
They got shunted. Oh shit.
shunted, yeah.
They're living their best life riding mammoths.
Yeah, so boom. And then comma,
Just
bro.
think.
These guys are insane. You're
What
a
the fuck
man
are y'all
of
talking about,
You're a
dude?
man of science. These two are crazy, dude. However, Kenneth, you begin to pondulate and postulate.
on the possible answers and your deep dive into the conspiracies and the occultism of the world, it tells you things.
Huh.
And you start thinking. And you're like, wait. If they're here, that means they're from the previous world, and the previous world was destroyed, cast into the void. Doesn't that mean the things they replaced also would have been cast into the void? As they are remnants from what used to be in what is now. So you think, yeah, your friends might have been shunted into that nightmare that they're talking about, that they came from.
Oh,
Where the world may have rebuilt itself around them. It might have left some pieces out. That might be something to do with the instability. That they're still, a piece of them is still in the nightmare.
oh, my boys, my sweet, sweet boys.
I know it's hard. I see it on your face, Kenneth. But we could save them out in Hyperborea, maybe even High
What?
Brazil. We've
What?
already been on the
Hold on.
journey.
Bros. Come on,
I was
guys.
actually thinking about this, and yeah, maybe one of these mythical places has a way to bring them back from the void. So you actually kind of think Lenneth knows what he's talking about. You're like, well, we did have to go there anyways. Maybe he's right. Maybe they do have a way to save our friends.
That's
Getting
not a
Looney
bad
Bin
idea,
Central.
Lennis. That's not a horrible idea. Though, I have a
But-
theory on why
Mhm.
your abilities have been fucky wucky.
Okay.
Not all of you is here. There's a piece of all of
You
you.
skipped out.
There's a piece of
Okay.
all of you left in the nightmare. In the previous
Yeah.
world, which you have all left. There's a part of you. That part, that separation, is what's causing these fluctuations in your abilities. And until you can fully adapt to your new selves, I don't think it's gonna come back.
I'm not missing anything. Oh,
Mm,
the world's missing me.
mm, you sure about that?
Oh, that's a 360.
You
Yeah.
guys are all confused now because you all rolled such vastly different numbers. The DM is
Brother,
laughing.
listen, come here, Kenneth. Okay,
Yes.
let me tell you something now. When the whole nightmare stuff happened, the thingy-mabob that was trying to eat my soul tried to take something, but you know the laws of equivalent exchange. When it took something from me, I just took something back. So
Comma, roll a
then it
d20.
just sat out.
Roll a d20.
Oh,
With advantage and cool guy quest.
You're gonna understand now, buddy.
As you
Eight.
say, took something and gave something in exchange. Wait, Turiel has his family, but you don't have yours, and Turiel unstabilized you with his weird concept shit that he got from the nightmare. It's one or the other. An
how this
uncertainty.
fuckers ate my family?
It's one or the other. It's an uncertainty, an equivalent exchange. Only you or Turiel can have your happy ending with your family.
Oh, dude, what the hell? They ate my family. Well, Turiel ate my family.
Turiel,
He ate your family. He ate them. Like
What has
like
happened
whole.
in those last few seconds? You went from I didn't leave anything.
What did
I'm
it
full
give
here,
me?
and now you're
What
like
did
he
it
ate
give
it.
me?
He ate my family.
Did it
What the fuck?
disaster? Oh, sorry. Sometimes I have little brain freezes. It's odd whispering in my brain.
Hmm.
No, you know what? I think it gave you the power of being an orphan, Kamo.
I think you're all in a
Is that
state
a
of
power?
flux.
I mean, look at me. It's a great
Oh,
power.
true. I guess. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
You're all in a state of flux, and to figure out that flux, I do believe you just gotta accept it. Work
You
on it.
really don't
if
think that's true, comma.
I
Now
don't.
thinking about this, you really think that if you accept it, shit all is going to happen, except you're going to be mentally at ease.
Let me tell you something, Kenneth. I don't know if you've met me or the me that was before me. Okay. What's my name?
Kamo.
Yes, sir. I've ever taken an L in my life? Don't answer
Yes.
the question. Because I
Sorry.
never have.
Okay.
You know why?
Because Kamo.
Exactly.
Dude, this guy's
So here's
full
what's
of
gonna
himself.
happen.
What the fuck?
So here's
Sorry.
what's gonna happen, bro.
Nothing.
Why'd you look at the camera, dude? What's going on?
Sorry.
Listen, you can just change fate.
Okay, yes. What is the worst thing that could happen with you accepting you the way you are? I accept you for how you are. You killed my friend, and now you're here.
Okay, I didn't kill your friend. Right, number one. That's not what happened. Misconstrue the situation of what happened. Okay, I didn't kill your friend. You should ask the giant spider abomination thingamabobber that split me in half. Okay, you have beef with cosmic entities, not me. Okay, not me.
Yeah, that is technically true. You're thinking about. I mean, I guess that's up to your own interpretations at that point. I'm not even gonna mention anything anymore because I think it's just becoming. Because I had to explain it piece by piece as I'm explaining it as a whole. So I think, I'll just let you guys have fun. Sure.
Okay,
We rolled so differently.
you
It's just going back and forth.
Yeah, no, it's just gonna go back.
don't hate on me, dude. All right, because of your yee ass
I know
haircut.
I'm right.
Right?
I know I'm right. Maybe you didn't
Okay,
kill
well,
my
you know a
friend.
lot of things.
Maybe you didn't kill my
Okay.
friend, and I accept that. I'll accept that. There's higher powers, I know, and this is a Mandela thing. It's crazy. It's new science for me, and it's no longer a conspiracy theory if it's real. So I'm having a rough time with that. But
dude, it's never been conspiracy theory. Have you lived in this world for more than 20 years?
It brings up a fair point, Leonard. Leonard, you start to realize a lot of myths are actually true. You bumped into a minotaur the other day, and I'm like, wait a second. A lot of myths and theories and.
Yeah, it is all true.
You have
Yeah.
a point, yeah. Yeah.
Dude, she's not crazy.
I don't
mean,
see
like,
the
we were
downside
hunted
in
by flesh
accepting what you
beings.
have going on.
Dude, God is literally real.
He
Like,
likes money.
we saw I literally with my own eyes saw an eyeball look at me directly and say that God is coming. Okay?
Yeah. I did just spend a year in a library alternate dimension where I was a spider for like 2 months.
Dude, I lived for 400 years as a dragon. You know how much shit I saw? You know how many naked dragon women I've seen? And men.
Oh,
Everything.
fuck. Lucky.
I'm not even into dragons, dude.
After 400 years, you're not into dragons?
I think
It's
I
like
think
it was
something
like
is in you now that you're into dragons. To be honest,
it was like I had to try to tune out just watching it, dude. You gotta understand,
God.
dude. Anyways, look,
I don't see a downside. You just accepting it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And you know what? I'll accept
do you have
it.
parents?
Yeah. It's a really insensitive
Has your
question.
mother ever hugged you?
No.
It's an insensitive question for me to ask too. Brother,
You know my family
I miss
situation.
my mom. Barely. You know mine now. The whole reason I was doing this was for my mom. This was the whole point of the quest.
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, these. What do you mean you don't think that's right?
Well, at least, yeah, I don't think that's right.
Why do you think I'm here?
To help Kenji with the Jade Arbiter?
Looks at the camera.
First, will say, guys, don't worry. The Doom Pod will fix everything.
Are we just gonna ignore that every time he keeps saying Doom Pod?
Listen, man. Listen. I tried to understand it, okay? Last time I tried to understand an Ambrosio moment, this happened.
I think he has a really cool backstory if we would just hear him out.
Yeah, no, she's like,
He hasn't explained it. Huh?
no way about it. That has anything to
No,
talk
no,
about.
no, 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 go back in time. Who is she?
Don't worry about it. Nah.
What the fuck?
I don't know what to do about this. I don't.
Why do I even have these bits of DNA? Are they even the same as what I got before?
Actually, scan me again.
Well,
Last time you
it's the
scanned me,
same.
I was just a bee. Scan me. Do it.
Brother, it would just you be a honey badger.
Yeah.
You know, we really think maybe you guys have this tendency of overthinking things. You know, calm down, go with the flow. I mean, you just got some big answers. Yeah, you have more questions than answers instead of processing the answers that you got. Mhm. Sometimes you just gotta take what's thrown at you.
What's the Doom Pod, Ambrosio?
You're right. No, no, no. Ambrosio's right.
I mean, yeah, you don't like just stop and be like, wow, okay, so this, and this. You're like, but what if X, Y, or Z? And like, does
There's
Z
no
matter
point.
when you don't know why?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stress about it.
You know, that's what she told me, and that's why I'm like,
Who's she?
I don't know. You know, I wasn't gonna make a big deal about it, but you know, someone talked to me in my dream one time, and they told me they gave me some schematics and stuff, and that's kind of it. Yeah.
Is that the Doom Pod that you're building?
No. Maybe.
Okay.
A voice didn't give me the schematics to the Doom Pod. My brain did.
Looks to Kamo. What are you gonna do about this?
He fucking shrugs. Dude. Kenneth, I'm a shark, dude.
And I'm a bee. And Badger, your point? I'm a beeger.
Like, it gets to a point, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think you guys are like overconfident.
There's not much I can really do about this one. I'll listen. I'll take your DNA. We'll do a scan. I don't think it's going to change much of anything. If anything, I think it's just going to be slightly redundant. But I'll take a scan of it, see what's going on.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. You know.
Okay. I need to go. Maybe Kenji can help me meditate or something. I don't know.
Will my bees help? I'll help. Oh, fuck, my bees.
No, that's okay. Just give me your blood.
You realize you don't have any left.
I don't have any bees.
Dude, just like go outside. Actually, are you gonna die? Are you gonna get kidnapped if you go outside?
Possibly.
What do you mean
Very-
possibly?
Very dangerous for any of us to be alone right now. I have a very sneaky suspicion.
I don't give a shit.
Okay.
I don't
But
care,
Turiel
man.
already left.
Is he
Oh
stupid?
my god.
Is he
Did he
stupid?
not learn
Why does he
from
already
last
leave?
time?
Because he got summoned by Chaz.
Summoned?
Summoned by
You gotta
Chaz.
be fucking kidding me.
Hey, he may be kidnapped, and there's nothing I can do about it because it's family business.
Did he he went willingly, yeah?
Oh, he is the one who like Magneto floated away. Yeah.
You know what? I'm not gonna chase after him.
Okay, I won't either then. That seems like you know him better.
Because he floated away. He told me, Kamo, we can't kill people anymore. So
Yeah, that's a fair
I'll
statement.
leave it at that.
I think that is a fair statement, but also, what does it really matter in the long term? Like, what's the value of a single mortal life? Is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
And then it's like, then also, like, what's he gonna do if we did kill Chaz?
Do you
Like,
have any
Oh, I
view
don't.
that
doesn't
is
matter.
not neutral?
No, because nothing matters. Called nihilism, Bart.
Which version? Kenneth, do you know Ambrosio?
I don't know anything anymore.
Yeah, you know what? You should find your core, man.
I
Give me your blood, please.
here sticks
Thank
out
you.
claw.
Okay. Brosio sticks out his hand.
Oh wait, you're not a topic anymore. This might actually change what you are. Sure, why not?
You collect. You got dead neutral. Because as you scan the same creature again, his DNA is too unstable, so it destroys the previous sample you took from Kenneth.
Okay.
So, because it reads as the same thing, however, it reads as mutant, and it's just too unstable at this point. Because it recognizes itself as a modern sample of the previous sample, and then it just disregards both due to the perceived danger of it.
Mhm.
However, in the case of Ambrosio, he is considered to be a different entity right now, and it gives you lithoid subtype fear form DNA.
Lithoid.
Lithoid, yes. Base, subtype, fear form DNA.
What is a lithoid?
I guess him,
Um.
Ambrosio.
So
So,
Do you know what that is?
obviously.
What is it?
Do you know what you are?
I'm a beeger now.
well, you're technically counted as a mutant creature, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That didn't answer my question.
He does a perfect impression of you. He says, "I'm a beeger now," and does a little laugh. It's like, I got stuff to do, guys.
He didn't. He avoided the fuck sake.
Listen,
It's
Kenneth.
not that I avoided it. It's the fact that it's obvious. Put two and two together, man. Like I said, you guys overthink the questions and underthink the answers, dude. You need to chill out. And he does like the hand wave thing as he walks through the door and pulls out his weird looking phone.
Kenneth,
I need to get
Yeah.
listen, man.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's night.
Yeah. That's how the day-night cycle works. Congratulations.
Exactly.
You figured it out.
See, that's the issue. You didn't look into the deeper meaning of what I said, man. I'm gonna go meditate.
What did Ambrosia do to you? Did you just suck up his aura? Like, what the fuck happened? Lenneth, please tell me you're still normal.
I'm not sure. I think I'm normal. I mean, I've been as normal as I have been before, so at least
Um,
theoretically.
Okay. Seems normal.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I did eat a lot of termites, and I was a duck for a week, and I was a spider for like 2 months,
And you remember all of that?
and I did eat a whole bunch of books. I do remember all that. It was a very horrific experience.
You need to talk about it?
I don't feel the need to. Not yet, at least. I mean, in my entire life, I've been turning into shit, so it's not like I am horrified at the existence of having my DNA be slightly unstable.
Gotcha. Are they those creatures in your Omnitrix now, or can you turn into them still?
Oh,
Or?
oh yeah. You want to see?
Kinda.
Actually, wait. If I bring one of those creatures into this world by turning into them, that might open some weird, like, metaphysical portal. That actually might not be a good idea. Would it? No, because I'm turning into it. But then, no, it's kind of one of those situations where, like, the aliens, you send out a radio signal and then the aliens see Earth because you sent out the radio signal, kind of thing. If I turn into the spider, maybe they'll, like, see us and come for us.
See of gnashing jaws and slashing claws. We get conclusion. We are the mob. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go get some food, Kenneth.
You're left
Okay.
alone. Art, what do you do?
Not again. I'm gonna go to the helm. I'm just gonna. I need bees.
You go to the helm, there's no bees. Literally all your bees left. Your ability to control them is gone, and they just left or died.
Do I sense any bees nearby?
No.
Ugh.
You've always had at least one bee to scout out other hives. You've had no bees before, but like temporary. Like you go into a ceremony or whatever, then reunited with them. There's nothing manning the hives. Because I said, you've always been kind of a little bit, even though you were exiled from the family, you always had enough bees to make honey and things to always have a good, steady living and enough to actually like import bees or whatever. And you even have a couple of hives still remaining across the globe even without like a stockpile, but they're too far away to command, as you know. As we've talked about before, in a hypothetical situation, you can command theoretically limitless bees. You can only command X at a time. So in other places in the world, you'd do like, oh yeah, here, you 20,000 bees go make a hive and make honey. And I'll leave them here in case I ever come back or whatever. So you still have those bees. They're just, you can't call them from across the entire planet. You have limited range. It's like I said, you could control 10,000 and have the cloud, and 2,000 stored in your bee pack for later. So like 12,000 on person. But like I said, if you were to fight on the airship when you had their back when you had 30,000, you could then go, you 10,000, do this. You 10,000, do this. So on and so forth.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you have nothing nearby enough to control.
I guess I'm gonna go find bees. I'll let Kamo and Lenneth know where I'm going and offer to take them with me if they wish.
Kamo's with Kenji, but if you do, he's gonna be like, "You're gonna get kidnapped." By the way, trust me, this is just the way it's been throughout my time journeying. It's just what's gonna happen.
You could come with
Or
me.
something's gonna happen with you.
Okay.
I just.
I'm
Do you want me there?
I'm less likely to get kidnapped with somebody else with me, yeah.
Shit. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Kenji, I'll be there in like an hour.
It's not like you're succeeding with meditating with him, to be honest with you. Because one, well, he's not here to teach, and
Yeah.
two, secondarily, let's be real, bro is not stable right now. He's still all sad about his monkeys and stuff. And so he still has his own ability, which is unstable. And he's the one who willingly sacrificed his own martial knowledge. He's in more needing of stability than you. You were unironically doing better than him. And at that point, that's not a conducive workspace to actually learn anything. You would have to learn it probably from someone else, but both might benefit from it. You know, like the whole Avatar: The Last Airbender thing, even though like Katara and Toph were like different types of benders, they did like that one like learny thing together and it benefited both of them. You think you might need one of those with him?
I
Because
need
you
to find
really just,
something.
yeah.
All right, come on.
Woo! You want to take Lenneth too?
I don't know if you're going
I
with the
guess maybe I can fight something.
We'll invite Lenneth.
Oh, all right. Let me just finish this sub.
while
Okay.
he swallows it whole.
All right, I'm coming.
Holy shit! All
Jaw
right.
unhinges like a snake. Fucking.
And
I imagined you transformed semi into a spider or some shit. Just
yeah, kind of just like oh, and then yeah, you guys are ready to go. You start heading out, and Leonard, I'll let you roll D20 retroactively.
Oh
It's
fuck.
something you've had some time to think about something for a little bit.
Ah.
Now you took Ambrosio's
To heart. I'll even give you advantage, Squeeze it.
Nope.
No.
Done.
Wonderful. Sure, I'll give it to you. Wait a second. Lithoid is instead of carbon-based life form, a silicon-based life form. You remember from playing Stellaris at one point.
My
And
favorite game.
Yeah, and then you start thinking about it, you're like, wait, fear form, we heard that name before. And then you start thinking back and you're like, huh, but you weren't there, so you don't remember what it was. But you know you encountered one before, yeah.
What?
Mhm.
I know I encountered one before.
Yeah, you know you encountered
Never
one before, at least indirectly. It's the thing that the party encountered during when you were in the library.
Ah.
Because you start putting two and two together. Have you heard the term from probably Kenji or something? Who's like, yeah, we got attacked by a fear form. So like you didn't personally experience it, but you're putting like word correlation together. It's like, oh, have you heard of XYZ? And then it gets brought up in a later conversation. You're like, oh, I've heard of that, but I don't know what it is, sort of situation. Yeah.
Huh. Do you how do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about that? That
Well,
that thing's a lithoid. He said lithoid. The
makes sense, I guess. Topics always looked more fleshy, human-like than Max Dreadful.
That's true. That's true, yeah. You know, go on. Roll D20. Get your cool guy and proficiency. Mhm. Now that's it.
Okay.
Sure, sure. The submechanophobia monster was also referred to as a fear form. Of this, yeah. And it turned into a rock when you killed it. And if you remember from the Ambrosio Fate book, he started life out as a rock and then kind of just popped into existence.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's a. Oh, that's why he's a creature of nightmare. I now. I understand it. Yeah. Then what's a topic? Is a topic dreams? I mean, listen. I'm not really stressing. Max Redfield's pretty chill. The whole bunch of them are pretty chill guys. A topic can be kind of mean sometimes, okay, but it's really nothing to stress about. They've saved my life more times than I can count. So yeah.
Hey, sure.
Yeah, yeah. So you go with that with some more information in your back pocket, and Ken, if you can't find a single goddamn bee,
What the hell?
you go out into the forest where the weird wasp monsters were, and not a single bee, just the fallen carcasses of your friends. You found 10,000 smushed. And then the other 10,000 you fed to the bear essentially. And you're just like the bees. It's a truly
And
sad sight.
Yeah.
do you think that maybe because Chad down, he took all bees?
You start
Oh,
thinking like, wait a second. Wait a sec, goddamn
it.
second.
You're like, Chaz is in fact in town, and
Of course he'd take on a fucking bees. God damn it.
Damn, are you gonna get angry?
I want at least one bee.
Like me
Ah,
personally, I wouldn't let that slide, dude. I'm just saying, I get mad at that point. That's just me, though. I don't know.
I mean, you know where he is. You know, like where the family business
Yeah.
around here is.
I don't know.
You
Like
have to work
I don't
with
know
him,
if
you
he.
know. Speak
I
him
think
up.
if I show up, he'd be like, "What the fuck happened to you?" Nothing you got to worry
Hey,
about,
man.
Chaz.
Yeah, dude. I'd really talk to him like that, man. Just really give him a piece of my mind. But that's me, though.
I'm gonna roll to see if this is working.
I'm just saying, man.
If if your little pep talk is actually working or not. It'll depend on
It's me,
if
man.
we're gonna go fucking find Chaz. Let's see. No, I said if it was above 10 in my head, I was not gonna. It wasn't gonna work. It's close though. So like, he's like, "You're right. You're right. I shouldn't let that slide." But he's fucking family.
I'm just saying, man. If somebody took my bees, I wouldn't want to be a bee cook about it. I'm just saying. I wouldn't let that slide. That's just what I'm just saying, man. Like those are your bees for real. I'm just saying. Like, what's next? He's gonna take your thorax.
Oh, he can't take that. That's on me.
I don't know, man. You just strolled into the town and just took bees, dude.
Well, and Turiel.
See, look at that. And you were
Yeah,
looking at her. You were interested, weren't you? You don't gotta lie to me, man. I'm just saying, dude. Man, that's just me. I know what I do. But I gotta see what you do. You know what I'm saying?
I stepped away from the family. If I go up there, that's gonna
Yeah.
cause issues.
See, but you stepped away, and that's exactly why he thinks he can step all over you. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you gonna let that slide?
Yeah, probably.
Why, dude? I mean, what's the point in just not asking for a couple bees? Well, it's family, right?
It's always been like a business transaction. I lost all of my assets.
It wasn't a business transaction when he took your bees.
Well, they were free. They weren't really under anybody's control, so there's no really.
You're saying, like, dog, it was a temporary lapse in your consciousness. Like, I temporarily went on vacation for my company and somebody just stole it from me. I don't know I know what I'd do. But what would you do, bro? You're saying
What would you do?
I go get my bees back, man. That's just me.
All right, let's fucking go. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go.
Hey, but remember, this is just me. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So as you guys are leaving the warehouse where you pre-set the transaction, you're here. Yeah, get out of here, you damn kids. You see like a abnormally large man with just like massive biceps as a. You look at him and like there's just a subconscious feeling that guy annihilated all your bees the second you're like the bees that you found smushed, and you look at that guy and you're like, ah, shit. And yeah, you get a bad feeling from him, Kenneth.
Oh. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we
Dude,
should
what's
turn
going
back.
on?
Maybe we should go.
Yeah. Kenneth, what's going on? Whoa, Kenneth. What's going on, dude?
I think
Is
I got a bad feeling
that
about
Chaz?
that guy.
Is that him?
You turn around, it's a guy with no bee features at all. He's in a security guard outfit, and there's like thumbs sprouting from his head, almost making like a
We can't fight
crown.
him.
And
We gotta leave.
you see his like all of his limbs are like replaced with just like giant, almost tumorous fingers, and he has multiple sets of them just like crossed over his arm. You swear you see like 3 sets of, instead of having hands, just 6 thumbs, almost forming like his body's almost in the shape of a hand, but it's all thumbs.
You see Kenneth start smelling. Oh, I smell it. He killed all of my bees. Yeah, I can smell their flare. It's on him. He killed my bees. It's all he is. There's like a flame of pheromone around him, and it's all death.
Oh,
Get out of here, kids!
this
Before
guy's
I charge
strong.
you with trespass.
Oh, we actually had a warehouse here. Mr.
Hence the words
Sir.
bad.
I don't really know if we had or still do. I'm pretty sure it was like for the
My
week.
family.
The week isn't over yet. Yeah, the week isn't over yet.
Here,
Do you mind if we like get our belongings and leave, sir?
Fine, you're lucky I'm in a good mood.
Thank you, Mr.
I only tell worthy opponents my name.
You know, he looks kind of.
Nope. Let's go.
Oh man.
Nope.
Wait a minute, sir. I have a question. If I don't want to, waste your time. Like, happen to teach? You look strong, and I'm trying to get stronger myself. Happen to
Best
teach,
security guard in all of Claw. They call me the king of curfews.
Oh my god.
I spent so long.
I'm
on
gonna
that
look at you guys.
song.
Calvin's gonna look at you guys. This guy's serious. I can feel his pressure. He can feel his pressure from here.
I mean, he just looks like an oversized hall monitor.
Just don't say that, dude. You can't sense his aura. Well, I mean, I was looking. No, that's Kenneth, dude.
Oh fuck, you're
No.
right.
Hey, what? Hey.
I was
You do
wondering
smell
if you
something
could
coming
like,
off
if you
Kenneth.
have,
It is fear.
if you could like teach some martial skills. It's like a friend of mine or something, because you seem pretty strong. And I'm trying to get stronger.
Tell you what. Immediately roll initiative.
No. Oh no.
Dunkuna. As usual, I get shit. Like literally, I have not rolled high in initiative ever in my life.
That's really
I rolled
unfortunate.
It's a
highest.
fucking joke at
I
this point.
rolled highest.
I was gonna get. I have a map for the Chaz encounter. Why do you guys keep getting in sessions where like, oh, they're definitely gonna go here. I'll have this map prepared just in case. I'll have another map prepared somewhere else, and then you go to the third option where I have no map. But cool.
You introduced me to Dunkuna, of course. I have to.
You don't. We tried. You saw
yeah.
how strong he was.
Toby, this is the king of thumbs.
This is the
Obviously.
king of curfews. Yeah.
Look at him, dude.
Anyways,
Oh,
so
man.
he says, "Tell you what, survive 1 minute," and then you realize, wait a second, and his thumb is on your face already.
Oh my god.
It's like the Ryu scene from the Culling game. They're like, "Oh no!" And then he goes, "Finger gun," and you watch as five like spectral fingers form on his giant ass thumb that is already on your face and just launch you. Unfortunately, because of the nat one, this is gonna speed blitz and crit you.
Okay.
So you get to watch as combo just gets grabbed and just manhandled and blasted through. He wouldn't blast through the wall, but he blasts him over top of the wall of the facility as he like scatters onto the street. You're not even seeing him land, as you hear the thud before you perceive that he's standing between the two of you.
Oh my god.
So Kamo, you
Yeah.
take 50 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, that's real. Okay.
Yeah,
Love
okay,
that.
anyway. So you guys have to live 5 rounds from this point on. He obviously got first initiative. I don't think I need to say. So here, I'm just gonna put
Going to
with
get
the
crit
with the
hitting for
maps
all my
with the people who are on the maps. I'm just going to put combat stance. Kamo has a 1. I'll be nice and let you act on this roundup. Blip will be Lenneth, just like I said. You got 14, right, Lenneth?
I got 13. Kenneth got 14.
Okay, I was gonna say he would have been above you anyways because of modifier. So, yeah, I don't know why. Apparently, he's just fucking goated. But anyways, Kenneth, you're going first. You see him standing next to you. This like weird malformed hand in the shape of a man in a security guard outfit has just annihilated Kamo, and you start counting down in your head, and you're like, 10 seconds. In the first 10 seconds, Kamo's already out of bounds. What do you do, Kenneth?
Kenneth is just gonna blink. I said not today. I said no. And he's just gonna run. Not out of combat, just like we're
He
in the
will,
warehouse.
Yeah, you're in the warehouse area, yeah, and you're like just kind of loitering around, which is why he even approached.
I'm gonna run.
Okay, so as you turn your back, Lenneth, you have perceived that he's here, and he'll go, "That's the way pussies think." And you
No.
watch as he just grabs Lenneth you watch as those spectral fingers form around it, and you watch as he just grabs Kenneth by the thorax
Oh,
as he
oh
turns
god.
down. And then you watch as he flings him up into the air and does a Bane backbreaker.
Oh.
Oh.
So you watch as this is more terrible because like he grabs it between the two thumbs doing like a thumb press before launching him up, and then like with 2 of his other thumbs it's just like a vice grip, because like I said, he's like if there was 6 thumbs on one hand and there's just a head sticking out between the middle. So like I say, he's like a weird malformed hand almost, and you just watch as one of the thumbs, like its middle digit goes up, and its back just goes right into it as the other 2 thumbs collide in the middle. So Kenneth, I need you to roll 2 things for me. Unfortunately, he does outspeed you by 2 categories, meaning you cannot take a reaction to this. So that means you unfortunately can't dodge it, but you can attempt to escape it because it is still your turn. So you would have had your movement, invoke attack of opportunity. He grabs. So like if you had evasion, you couldn't evade. But like I said, you still technically have an action and a bonus action. So you get a saving throw. But firstly, you get an action to determine if you can break free.
Okay.
Because like weird interaction here, because he's technically doing this on your turn.
So I'll do one. That's a 14, and then the other 5.
Mhm, 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 mhm. Okay, I'll
Mm-hmm.
roll. So 18 raw without modifier for the escape attempt. So you just attempt to fly as fast as you can. You pull all your strength in as you repeat your formula, and then you see the impact happening. And adrenaline makes it so you don't feel anything for a second. But then obviously you save the saving throw with a 5.
Yeah.
And so you just watch as the bat breaker goes off. On on Kenneth Lenneth. As you hear this resounding noise as the spectral fingers disappear into this major thumb press. And then Kenneth just falls to the ground, completely winded. And yeah, so Kenneth,
Yeah.
you are stunned next round because you failed the saving throw.
Okay.
From this like shattering form, which means well, stun is from D&D. You can look it up.
Yep,
So
I gotcha.
yeah, and so then the damage isn't as severe as it would seem, however, due to the nature of he actually only got like a light hit. So this is doing like pretty min damage. So you take about 20 points of damage from it. This is more just like the unsettlingness of just getting completely rattled through your whole body. My thought process here is it probably evenly distributed between you due to the nature of your thick flesh and like the bee-like anatomy. It just didn't have as much of an effect on you as it would have had on like Kamo or Lenneth due to the nature of your weird, messed up form. I mean, you see him completely like laid out on the ground, Lenneth. I don't think he's getting up for a little bit. Lenneth, it's
Oh
your turn, by the way.
shit. Oh boy, it's my turn. You know what? Does first of all, can we scan the motherfucker and turn into him?
Roll
Or is
d20,
that?
man.
Ooh, roll d20. Okay. If there was any roll, if there was, oh my god, it's an average day, I guess.
So you start scanning him, and then it go. Dun, dun. You probably could do it. The problem is you don't know what the fuck this thing is. You're looking at this weird malformed abomination of a security guard,
I'll be right
and
back.
as you're
Roger.
staring at him, you're like, "What the fuck even is he?" And you though you do have barely enough mana, that you have a feeling this is one of those situations of it'd be pretty draining to you, and also it would be way, way nerfed because obviously he's way stronger
Yeah.
than you. But you think you could do an action to try again. You could try up to 3 times before it just says no outright.
Nah, I won't risk it. Shit. Instead, you know what? Fuck it. I'm scared to death. We'll pull out a knife.
Pull out a gun.
All right, bitch. We got this. We're just gonna pull out the knife, and then we're not going to fucking rush his ass. If possible, seeing what he's done so far, I want to try and use a little bit of mana and kind of like circulate it just so that I can really fucking defend myself. Just really try to up my perception here so that when he eventually in like half a second comes and punches my face, I'll be able to maybe stab his thumb or maybe possibly get out of the way or at least lessen the impact on me. Very, very
Okay,
defensive
sure.
round.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I will. So the thing is, it'd have to cost you 20 mana to get enough of an enhancement to try to do both things.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, you can hold your action because then I'll let you. So first, how I'd let you do this is usually you wouldn't be able to react to him, but because you're buffing yourself and holding your turn, you're preparing so much. Even though he's way faster than you are prepared for it fully and buffing yourself as much as you can. So what I'm gonna let this do is you can take your reaction against him, and you have your held action to attempt to stab him. So
Understood.
so that's the benefit. And it's now combo. It's your turn. You're not stunned, but you've been launched back 60 feet, and there's a wall between you and the fight that's happening.
Don't remember if the goo was the regeneration stuff.
Yeah, the goo was the regeneration stuff. Yeah.
Always with the fucking speed blitzes. I hate this. I take out the bottle. I take it out.
The mouth
I can't.
tool or the fucking
Yeah,
syringe?
the mouth
Okay.
tool.
I guess get like, oh, cool. You inject yourself with the height. Okay, cool. The mouth tool. You're instantly restored to max HP.
I am back.
However, the mouth tool then fades from you, and you look down at your hands, and they're a bit more supple.
Oh, dude. I look good. Was that my bonus action reaction or anything?
That's bonus action, yeah.
Kama will then run up onto the wall, look up at the King of Curfews. I want to do it. I want to do it. Fuck it. I'm not Joga. I'm him.
You're him. Okay.
Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Terrain domination.
As he hears that, because his speed is higher, he goes, "Good
He already
idea."
used his reaction.
Infinite. I'm aware.
Hit me with it.
Like he
Fuck
goes,
it. You go ban for ban.
Infinite thumb war, terrain tonic. Line, if you look to this, and you see the lines moving across the ground from both of them. And Kenneth, you're stunned on the ground. Your face on the ground. And you see the ground start glowing.
Why did we do this?
Okay, yeah. And so in this scenario, yeah, so roll your 2d20. I'll roll my 2d20 in chat too.
19 and
Okay,
6.
so that's actually okay, yeah. So the 19 landed first, so I will take in the correct order, even though it says it was rolled in the opposite order. Dude. 15.
Oh.
He does have and this is interesting because you both fail to get the ambient mana. Because at this point, it's too split between the two of you. You managed to expend it, both of you. So at this point, it's actually a proper, clash. You're both putting all your mana into it, which means you can do nothing until the terrain is complete. Or until you stop trying to do it. Because at this point, like I said, if you stop for a second here, Combo, it's not... Because, the ability, as I explained in the little video that you guys saw, the unlisted one, is, despite sounding similar, not at all like how the other similarly named one works. It is, you are putting a stable effect. You're putting a permanent effect over the environment, or a temporary one. And so the thing is, because you're both going, neither of your effects have taken place, you're both just expending massive amounts of mana. So mark off the mana for the terrain domination. And then he marks off his mana for the terrain domination. The benefit is, though, it's now his turn, which means he can only take his action to do something involving this. So you two are pushing against each other, and actually you're kind of evenly matched. The thing is, he's gonna go, "You said you wanted to learn something."
Yeah.
How about this? Shatter. And you watch as he purposely destabilizes his own mana in the terrain domination, in an attempt to break yours as well as his own. Just to willingly surrender the fight, but make it so neither of you get the benefit. The first time you've ever seen something like this be pulled off, as the sheer amount of mana control needed to do this is incredible. And so he needs to get an 11 or higher in this scenario to do this, but it'd free up both of your actions. Intriguing.
Oh.
So as he
Not in my house.
Not in my house. So now
I suppose then. So he attempts to do the shadow. And as he attempts to do it, you could put more mana in to just win here. Because he
Mhm.
fails to destabilize it. But you would have to pay the actual difference here in actually winning. Because it means he's not fighting this turn. But the clash is still happening. Because technically, when you fail this technique, it's not just all or nothing. It's he could do it again and try to shatter yours over and over and over until like either he succeeded or ran out of mana or you won. But so the thing would be, you could allow him to do that, or you could spend the mana to make your effect just happen at this point. Because like I said, in the risk of this technique is the fact that if you do it, obviously you're not fighting back.
How much would it cost?
It would probably cost half of what your terrain would cost. Half of
So
what
30?
32-ish, yeah.
I don't even have 30. I don't have that much.
So you can keep the clash going and then maybe win based off of rolls next turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see him destabilize it, and it does wear against yours. As it's forcefully destabilizing the mana, and you feel the ambient mana leaking back in, but you're managing to keep concentration. This is a very, very high concentration duel. And he's like, damn. I'm actually kind of impressed. Guess I'll just have to destroy you all next time around. And he will end his turn, as he can't do anything else. Because he could technically do something, but then he would lose the clash, and the clash is the thing interesting him most right now. Because he could just say, okay, fuck it, I willingly lose, and beat the shit out of Lenneth or Kenneth. But no, that's not losers think.
That's how
Yes, sir.
pussies think. That's a pussy move.
Kenneth, it's your turn. You're stunned. You're not stunned anymore, but you lose your turn.
Fuck. Okay.
Wow.
Lenneth, it's your turn.
Oh, fuck.
Do
So he
it,
didn't
Lynn.
come after me. Yeah. Okay. Fuck it. We're not gonna transform. Actually, no, because my domination allows me to transform a transformation to its next step. So doing it on myself wouldn't do anything. Or would it? I would just be an evolved version of Len with his knife. If there's any place to try it, it's in the safe spot here, I guess. Fuck it. I'll try a self-domination.
Okay, go and roll d20 for me.
That's just
The
I'm with
first of your
homeless
turn.
man.
Oh my fucking god.
Unfortunately,
homeless
so
man.
you figure out you can do it, but you've never set parameters for it is the issue. These sorts of abilities are based heavily off of belief. And so you've always been aware that technically you could do it, but it's one of those situations of like, you could make an auto clicker, but you don't have any code in to make the auto clicker. Or like you have an auto clicker that only works when you're in cookie clicker, but you don't have the window up for it to find it, you know what I'm saying? And as such, it unfortunately fizzles, but does not use any of your mana, and that is unfortunately your action as you focus really hard on doing what you usually do and realize there's no target, there's no parameters. You have a
Gotcha.
bonus action and a movement.
Fuck, would I be able to use a bonus action to attempt the domination again then? Or
No, that'd be too in depth,
Too much.
unfortunately.
gotcha. But we'll just. Nah, he's too focused on this. He's not gonna get my ass, but I wanna position myself behind him. Not directly, but in a better position so that I'm not gonna get my fucking ass beat immediately via this clash.
Okay, you start backing up slowly, knife swinging it like, yeah, don't come close, I'll cut you.
Yeah, don't come closer.
That's your turn.
Yep.
Combo, it's now your turn.
So your action is immediately spent as you don't have the shatter technique or anything of that nature. Your action is automatically spent continuing the clash. So roll a d20. You need a 12 or higher to get it off.
Fuck
You
me.
and him,
Actually, in
you
this
and him,
house.
you and him go 1 for 1 as you desperately are pushing, trying to attempt, but you just don't have the mana capacity in comparison to him. He just has way more. It's like he's just like flexing, and you're flexing. It is a massive struggle. And you don't get yours off, but you don't lose either. So you could break the
Mhm.
clash and willingly lose, but you'd get the rest of your turn.
Willingly lose.
That's
That's
I
how
assume you.
losers think.
That's how losers. That's how you watch as Combo and him are just intertwined. And he goes, "I like the gutso, but it lacks strategy, Gabe. You interested me more than I thought you would, but in this world, the amount of mana matters more than anything else. 'Cause I can just do this." He spends 100 points of mana
Oh,
to
wow.
attempt to overtake your terrain. The only way, this is all or nothing on the line. You can wager your own mana against him if you would like. So his action is spent, he puts 100 mana, he just fully expends it. So if he loses this, he just loses the 100 mana at that point. It just doesn't do anything. That's what the wager is. If he loses, he just expended it for nothing, and the clash continues, so on and so forth. So you could just roll, but if you just roll in the current state of things, you would literally need a nat 20 to keep it going.
I don't even have enough mana to do much of anything. I don't know what my other mouth tools can do either. And I'm not enough to say, fuck it, Genesis, we're going back in time.
Genesis, I know what to do now.
I
Just
wanna-
fucking
no.
just one shots Kenneth. All right, let's do this again.
Although I'm not gonna lie, this bar's not gonna do jack or shit for me. Could I use the mana of the mouth tools in exchange?
Just get one. Probably not, unfortunately, no. It's like it's like a different thing. It's like you're taking on an echo of their technique to do something with Nash, is how it technically works. And so like there wouldn't be a situation that would be helpful here with the things that you have. If there was another echo you had, like you ate someone else's ability to do shatter or something, then you could probably just immediately go, okay, I sacrifice shatter instead of actually using it to try to win instead of disrupt the thing or whatever, right? Like stabilize it. But there's just none of the ones you currently have, you know, Genesis, Tantabus, and Ultra Amalgamage. Just none of them really do anything that would be helpful in a situation like this, unfortunately.
Well, this is a large outpouring of mana. I don't have that much mana left. I don't think I can wager against this 100 points of mana. Like if I put like 20 here, I don't think it's gonna do much anything.
It would be
It's like
better
pissing in
than
a
your
pond.
current situation. To be fair, would you rather piss in the to disrupt it before
Fuck
it
it.
hits you full force, or just get hit full force?
Fuck it. Take this.
Okay, 20.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means if you get a 17 or higher, it continues. Because he's not going all out, so he's not adding his full modifier. So you gotta roll.
3. That's shit.
He goes, I told you. Now witness the power of the strongest security guard on the West Coast. Unlimited thumb war. And you guys watch as the ground shifts in color to a brilliant reflective red, almost like a school gymnasium. as you realize all of you are now trapped within a ginormous palm, surrounded completely with thumbs, with like the wrestling ropes that are placed around the arena, tied from thumb to thumb to thumb, as you're just in the center of it. Almost looks like the crown made of thumbs atop his head, but wrapped around in it. And with him having won, he also, obviously, if you got higher, would have continued, but yeah, no. And so, with this happening, all of you immediately take 12 points of damage as you immediately feel pressure begin building on top of you, as if someone's pushing their thumb just into you and pushing you down.
Mhm.
And then he looks at you on the ground, Kenneth, and says, "Well, it feels like bullying, but I at least have to try. Save the interesting food for last. Bye bye." And he puts his one of the bottom fingers. He puts it down towards you, and you see a single spectral pointer finger form on it as he just immediately finger guns into your back.
Okay.
That's unfortunately a 19 to hit straight. So that and you take 10 more points of damage as he just back shots you.
I don't know what I took the first time because I didn't hear you.
20.
20 the
So
first.
20, 12, 10. Yeah.
Holy shit.
20.
Okay. Hold on. I might be. Oh, I'm close, dude. I'm close.
And so as it goes to your turn, you feel the pressure increase atop you. As you take the 12 points again. Start of your turn.
Um -4.
So you guys watch as Kenneth is just smashed into the gymnasium floor. And now then, Lenneth, it's your turn. So on the beginning of your turn, you feel the pressure increase upon you. Take the 12 again. You realize you start realizing how this functions. At the start of each creature's turn, the end of each round, and the start of the effect, it does 12 damage. As the pressure continues to grow and grow and grow and grow. So you know you're taking the 12 on your round, and at the end of like the turn order completely. But then once it goes to the top of the round, you're safe until your turn again. If that makes sense. So the first round is most lethal. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right. I'm going to attempt to self-dominate again, but going into it, Len it's based off of belief, as he now kind of knows. He's spent his entire life, fucking transforming, being able to change to other things. And, you're never more familiar than you are with your own body. And so he's going to kind of think of, instead of turning into something else, modifying his own body. Kind of like, whether that be straight up turning into fucking Humongosaur from Ben 10, or just straight up just like turning into like a temporarily, he's like way faster kind of thing. But he is just focusing on, like, with all this pressure, yeah, no, he's focusing on strength. He's just like, I am stronger, and just trying to self-dominate that way.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Sure. Fuck yeah, go and roll D20 with advantage. You need like, since 12's been the DC for everything, sure, fuck it. Higher than
Fuck
12.
it, 12.
I would set a real DC, but like, sure, yeah, why not?
Alright, this is the roll. I need this roll. And I got my roll, baby.
So you gain a new ability. It has, unfortunately, due to the impromptu nature of it, this is how it works. It costs all your mana, but there's a benefit. It does not force you to go unconscious when you lose all your mana. Instead, you wait until the transformation is over, at which point you lose all your mana. Or you you pass out. So, yeah, so pretty much you hit 0 mana at the end of the transformation. And the mana that you have right now is usable in the transformation, but immediately is gone upon its ending.
Gotcha.
And so what you get to do is you get to pick one scaling metric, which gets a +1 to it for the full duration. And then additionally, you may pick one of your transformations and gain its aspects without transforming for the duration as well.
Understood. Okay. We will. Okay. We're taking the strength of Arson Dragon.
Okay. So yeah, you gain all the powers of arson while maintaining your humanoid form. And your strength scaling, your damage output increases by +1. On the little sliding scale.
God damn.
So what do you want to do with the rest of your turn?
Well, we're charging Thumbkuna. He's
I
cocky
love him.
now. He's
Yeah,
charging.
yeah. Yeah, I love what's it called? Filler episodes.
Yeah, it's great.
Anyway,
I'm just waiting for Kenneth to die. I have a perfect thing for it. I'm just waiting. I got a thing.
So yeah, he can roll a d20.
Yeah, the thumbs are gonna kill him. He's like, oh, I'm so powerful. Never mind, 15.
15. So you manage to charge into him, and you quickly realize you're evenly matched.
Oh.
Actually, in terms of a damage output, you two are one and the same. So you're not enough to just straight up charge and overpower him, but you two are actually now in a proper clash as he's locked in, fighting you now. Possibly giving Kamo the opening he may or may not need. Speaking of, Kamo, it's now your turn. You've seen your friend Lenneth just hit some crazy new ability. As you're watching Kenneth just slowly be smashed into the floor. And you see his back is turned to you. Being forced to now focus on the massive, muscular form of Lenneth. Lenneth Len can, to make it a bit easier, we'll call them Len and Kenneth, or Bart or whatever. But yeah, so you've seen Len, and he is completely devoid of any of the tattoos typical of his inscription that he has had up until this point. He's just really buff, and he just looks like a far better version of himself.
Rest in peace.
Sorry, my mic was muted. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw you turning green. I was like, am I not hearing him? What's going
Sorry.
on?
Seeing the situation and him having his back turned, Kamo's going to take that opportunity and bite into him from where he is.
Roll a d20 as you have advantage. So you're jumping from the wall and just going for the bite. This
Yes,
is a
sir.
normal bite though, right? Because I don't have the mana to a fancy bite.
I don't have the mana to eat space, unfortunately.
Yeah,
11.
Really sad. So despite the fact that they are continuing, they're back and forth. You jump at him, and it's just the pressure. You take the 12 damage as your turn starts. And it's enough to barely make you fall short, hitting just before him as the thumb pressure just continues to go like someone's thumb is just smashing you into the ground consistently. It's just it's an overwhelming amount of force, and you're barely cut short. As
Another
that's
attack.
your action, but that's bonus action. You have bonus action. You lack.
Another attack. Technically, have enough for the jawbone.
That's true. And he's not able to move right now because he's in a clash. That means that his round,
you'd be dealing damage to him.
Take this.
He's having a job done beneath him. Roll a d20 for it to hit him. Remember to roll at the beginning of his. That does hit him. You see it bite into his like what would be a thigh on a normal human creature.
Mhm.
As this weird like thumb like crab abomination almost is continuing to fight. And it draws blood, but just barely. And he's smiling on his face, clearly enjoying this scuffle greatly. So that is pretty much your whole turn, though. As it goes back to his turn, he's like, "You've got 10 seconds. Think you can handle it?"
Give me everything you got, old man.
Aye. And he goes to you, Len, and he's just going to. You see all 6 of his thumbs pull back. And he just goes for the barrage, and he's actually not holding back this time, seeing that you've been able to survive what he's been throwing at when he has been holding back. He's using his full modifier and full power, putting mana into just a barrage of punches into you.
There we go.
Let me just roll some dice here. Okay. So interesting results. Interesting results. He lures you into a false sense of security. So the first one hits you on the chin and does no damage, and you're like, huh, that all you got? And then he grabs your stomach with both sides, from both sides with the other 4 thumbs. You're like, oh, fuck. And then he goes, crush. And just a massive amount of force, like how similarly all of the previous bursts of force have been, from the like above, from the terrain domination. Just 4 immediately burst into your stomach. It makes you want to hurl because it's like getting a counterattack. But it's also getting kidney punched at the same time, like full momentum from all directions. As you just hear your ribs go inward, and you'll take. Well, first I have to decrease that. I'm just gonna do the total at this point instead of going for the individual attacks. And so you take, with your damage reduction in this form kept in mind, you take 30 damage at the end of it.
Oh. Still up, baby.
My goat.
And then with his
My
bonus
goat.
action, you see he turns his head back, and atop his head, where the thumbs are coming out like a crown, he fires finger guns, which seems to be a bonus action at this point, at you, Kamo.
Give it to me.
Fuck. So, and it critically striking you in
Give
the
me the
shoulder.
damage.
20. As one large
man.
finger just blasts through your shoulder, putting a small hole in you, almost like a bullet.
He's him.
And
I'm
as
still
his,
here.
I'm not him.
as his
You
turn
got this,
ends,
Kenneth.
as his turn ends, all 3 of you take 12 damage from the terrain. However, Len, with your current increased strength and durability due to the nature of being arson, the 12 is reduced to 6.
Yes.
I am now. God damn it!
You not kill my friend. He's kind of a dumbass, but
I'm at a negative 16 currently.
can you not kill him?
Alright, am I hearing you quit?
No, I'm not quitting. He's just gonna fucking die. But I'm down to fight. Like, do you want me to like? I can throw him out real quick if you want me to.
He's got thick skin, he can handle it.
Okay.
A few broken bones in a hospital stay might do him some good.
Okay.
Kenneth, on
Ready,
your
I got-
turn,
I
it
got the
goes to you,
button.
and you take 12 points of damage. As you
Again?
yeah, it's near the start of your turn. So you guys start
Negative
hearing
28
cracking noise.
points
Yeah, you
of
guys start
damage.
hearing
Oh my
cracking-
god.
It's like cracking and popping noises as you see at this point, like his thorax and his wings are kind of smushing into his body in a, like a not kosher way. The honey badger nature of him, though, does make it so he's still alive. That's nice.
That's a cool thing to learn. You know, hopefully with all this thumbing, you're gonna get a little bit more durability, but bad.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah,
I
Lenneth,
think maybe that's how that's gonna work.
Hopefully.
Lenneth, at the start of your turn, 6 more damage as the pressure just keeps pouring down. It's your turn.
Oh my god, he looks so bad right now. He looks so fucked up. But so I'm guessing he just looks a lot more muscular, right? It's not like he has
Fine.
5 arms or anything like that.
No, it's not. Yeah, you're just you, but you look better in every way. You're handsomer. You're taller. You're like more muscular, better built. Everything. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh my god, I forget who it was. Who's that one? I forget which character it is. He just fucking makes his hand, not makes his hand into knives, but he just flattens his hands out and he's able to cut through shit with his hands. What's that?
Headshot from My Hero Academia.
You know what? Fuck it. We'll say headshot for My Hero Academia. But effectively, we're just fucking JoJo punching the shit out of this guy, but effectively, instead, just using hand knives, just trying to cut into him with my fucking hands, and we're gonna mana infuse the shit out of it. Probably another 20.
Okay, you go full force, and you're going as hard and as fast as you can. Go on and roll 2d20.
Any advantage, disadvantage, or just straight?
I just had those on my own, to be honest.
Oh,
I've been
gotcha.
doing-
Oh my fucking god!
Oh, that's pretty good, yeah. And because I probably should make a video of how I do this because it sounds complicated, but in reality, I literally take the most simple part of fucking Naruto 5e, like Traveler, and just mush them together. Like, because I would not be able to do it if they were like, yeah, plus 40 or whatever the fuck. So almost
God,
everything is like no more than like a plus 10.
Mhm. I just realized what I was thinking of. Omni-Man cutting off fucking oh god, what's that failure's name?
Immortal.
Immortal, cutting Immortal's head off. Yeah, just knife him.
Oh, yeah, so you just start punching into him, and you do about as much damage as he did to you to him. And he smiles as the blood is pouring from his mouth. He's
Oh my
like,
god.
seems this was an interesting day at work after all. And as you melee attack him and he's no longer preoccupied with other things, he attempts to punch you back a singular time and
Fuck, that's gonna
manages
kill me.
to whiff, actually.
Oh, let's
As
go.
he rolls a raw 2. And so he manages to swing at you, and because you're already mana enhanced, your speed is increased. So while usually he is still faster than you, you're just as strong as him, not as fast. You barely manage to duck under the massive thumb as you see like the wave of force just explode over top of you, sounding like a sonic boom. So that's your turn.
Oh my god.
In combo, we go to your turn as you take 12 damage from the pressure. What do you do?
Second, first, same as the first.
Okay, so
Give me blood.
go on and roll 3d20, 1 from the bite because it's still underneath him, 1 for you just trying to normal bite him, and 1 for your secondary attack. Just might as well do it all at once. Okay, 2 actually hit. So that first bite, you lunge at him, and you manage to barely bite into one of his thumbs, immobilizing it. As you manage to hold on to him with all your force, as the jawbone bites into him as well on that same thumb, preventing him from moving one of his 6. Whereas you just are too focused on holding on for dear life at this point instead of actually like being able to do the secondary attack that you otherwise would have been able to do.
Okay.
Ah.
Yes, sir.
And then it goes to his turn. And he goes, well, last verse, same as the first. And he attempts to barrage you yet again.
He just
Sammy.
stole your line. He just stole your line.
No. No.
It's okay, yo.
Got your ass.
Been
Hey,
waiting.
but
Moment.
I suppose we survived. We survived another 10 seconds, boy.
Yeah, that means that because the terrain damage is never going to happen because he's obviously going to call it off at the end of his turn. And so, shockingly,
With the arm held back, I rolled with disadvantage on 2 of the attacks on the barrage. Only 1 actually hits you. So you're still just desperately dodging, bobbing and weaving as much as you can, using your knife fighting experience with your quote knife hands to desperately parry, dodge, and maneuver around him. As only 1 manages to strike you, and with the damage reduction that you have, it only actually does 6 points of damage.
Oh shit. Okay, that's just enough. He's dead.
So you watch as he's bobbing and weaving, one final uppercut. As you're moving your head down, he moves his thumb up. And it actually doesn't even hit you with that much force. It's just the momentum crashing into each other that causes you to lay flat out on the ground, falling back.
You know that one uppercut from Real Steel where the robot's head just fucking did the circle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happens with Len as he falls to the ground unconscious, returning to his normal form, being on 0 mana and HP. And then he turns to you, Kamo. And he'll go,
Yep.
"One more for the road. Don't disappoint me," as he fires a finger gun at you.
Yes,
And it
sir.
hits you in the chin. But it does its min damage, doing only 10 points of damage to you. As he calls off his terrain domination.
Eats it. Fucking scratches his chin.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
End of initiative. So you look at your 2 unconscious friends. Bart's very badly off, bro. He's like on the ground. You see his arms. You know, like the Rem post Petalgeese season 130. He's kind of looking a bit
Yeah.
like that on the ground. And Len, on the other hand, the absolute Chad, is napping in a pool of his own blood on the floor.
I had a thing ready in case Kenneth was to die. I was hovering over this button the whole time just to play this.
Ah.
That's it. That's all I was ready. I was waiting.
Yeah. So Kenneth, you come back to consciousness actually, as he walks over to you and he heals you back up to 1. Your body's still horrifically broken. Lenny does the same thing to you. He transfers a little bit of mana, so he barely get you up. Color me surprised. You actually survived.
Yeah. Made it tougher stuff. Yes.
Was fucking awesome.
You're all
Well,
fucking crazy.
My god.
Dude, come on.
Poor
We're gonna
Kevin.
dude, come on. You don't see the have you been traveling with us? You know what? Ugh. No aura, man.
I was
Yeah,
hoping
you're
that
right,
beat
sorry.
down beat the wimp out of you.
That was nothing. Oh, broken. That's broken. Oh fuck. He's trying. He's like, yeah, that was. Oh fuck, that's broken too. God damn it.
He'll just sigh and go, "Ugly and weak. My least favorite type of meat."
Damn. You know what? At least he didn't oh god, what's his name? Not Adam Savage. What's his fucking name? From Cyberpunk.
Adam
he could've.
Smasher.
Adam Smasher kind of fuckable me.
Yeah. And he'll go, "You, on the other hand, are a prime cut." And he moseys up to you, Kamo.
Oh.
So,
Thanks. Yeah.
as promised. And he will, wait here while I go back to my office.
All right.
And he leaves.
Okay.
So you guys can have a little bit of roleplay while I quickly go use the restroom. 1 sec. And then
That guy was
we'll do
fucking
this.
crazy. You see the shit he did? That's like a normal guy.
That's a normal guy.
That's
Dude, no, he's just really strong. That's how I want to be. You saw the way he was in the beginning part where he just like went super fast, and then like I went to the wall.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy, dude.
Dude, he like broke my bones there,
he broke
but
my
then I just put
bones
them back
too.
together.
It's been fucking years,
Yeah.
man. That was awesome.
Kenneth, why didn't you like try to fight him? You don't? Do you know how to fight hand to hand or with a weapon
No.
or anything?
Not really.
You wanna
Nobody's
learn
ever
how to
taught
use
you.
it? Yeah.
I got a stinger, and I don't really know. I'm not great with the hand-to-hand combat. No, I got my bees.
I mean,
Stingers and
You-
knives are
you got
pretty
knives?
similar.
yeah, I mean, we can try. We could try working that.
Yeah, I
If
can-
not, you're in a party filled with people who are great at punching things.
That's my downfall. I'd love to be able to do that. Now I'm stronger. You know, I got that thick skin. And I could probably use my my stinger flying and whatnot. It's just, you know, I don't have
I
that
mean,
skill.
you could have stung them with your stinger. It probably would do something. You have like a domination.
No.
Oh,
You don't got anything like inherent to you
In this
that you can
economy?
impose upon the will in this. Okay, we got a little lesson about will here. Kenneth spits up blood. You gotta impose your will on the world, whether it be
True.
inside yourself or on the world itself.
So will
know,
it
It can
into
even be on an
existence.
object too.
Will my success into existence. I just say it
Yeah.
and it will be
Yeah.
because I want it to be so bad.
Damn straight.
Well, you don't beg for it, all right?
Not begging.
But it's just
I'm just gonna
you
tell it to
gotta
do it, and it's gonna do it because I said so.
kind of, but I don't think it's maybe.
Yeah, it has to be inherent to your ability. You have to be able to do something. It has to be connected to it. So, like when you used to do bees, right? You could control bees. You knew you could control bees. So all you had to do was find a way to evolve that. You know how to control bees, so turn your bees into a mech suit. That's kind of like domination.
Like the can you feel the mono, like the ambient mono atmosphere.
I think so.
With the ambient mana in the atmosphere, if you like force your ability onto it, you can just take it.
Hmm.
The same way with your like self and items and stuff. You can force your ability onto things. And that's another ability I do learn is same thing Kenji does in objects domination.
I have learned that my bee bullet, that's a new thing. I can kind of overload my bees and shoot them and have them explode upon impact.
I mean, that sounds like a ultimate technique. I have an ultimate technique, something like that. It's like a cool technique, but you gotta dominations are really important. What you saw there. Experience is
Actually
what kind
see
of
that.
marks it.
I was pretty much at the
Oh,
very beginning.
ooh, damn,
I
dude.
didn't see
Well,
anything.
the main thing there was the power of dominations. The kicker was that he just had a lot more mana than me in total.
So how do we work on that? Well, I don't need that. I got a lot of mana. I have a lot of mana.
Well, if
I
you have a
just
lot of mana, then you're good.
I need to be more durable. I'm kind of like I've been described as a glass cannon.
And you lack your ammunition at the junction, yeah.
Pardon?
Like you don't have your bullets, your bees.
Yeah, I don't have. I'm literally glass right
I mean, maybe
really.
you
I
could
mean,
have
I can
still
be.
tried to throw a punch, you know?
Oh my god, I can bite people now. Lenith. No, you're
Yeah.
damaged.
Or like
I was
clawed
gonna
him
bite
or
you.
something. You could have clawed, bit, stung, who knows?
I wonder if I can do a
I
combo
did
with my
see him grabbing
mandibles and my teeth. Kind of grab somebody and just.
I did see him grab you by your thorax though.
Yeah, no, I felt
Are
that.
you alright?
Yeah,
Okay.
everything's broken.
Okay. I mean you're still standing though. Look at you. By the way, guys, I had a secret technique in case he did actually knock me unconscious. I
Oh,
would have cheated.
oh, we love cheating.
Alright. Technically I could have pretended or delayed my unconsciousness for at least 10 more seconds.
I'm back.
So we would have won.
Oh my God! Wait, Kenneth, what do you know about honey badgers?
Uh,
Kenneth, what do you
Uh,
know about honey badgers?
they're a natural enemy to a lot of bees
Yes.
and wasps, and
Well,
they're pretty hefty actually.
okay. You're right. Because honey badgers are naturally like they have a lot of cool things about them. They're like poison immune, right? They kill snakes all the fucking time. Their jaws are extremely powerful. You might be like reaching combo levels of jaw power there. But also, little known fact, they're like skunks. You smell really bad, Kenneth. Like that you might be
Oh,
able
all
you
the
might
time,
be
yeah.
you might be able to like control it, and that might be a possible domination you could do,
Dude.
like temporarily stunning people.
With
you
your bee
smell
powers, you could
bad.
probably control your pheromones. Actually, no, wait, Kenneth. You could probably control your pheromones with your bee powers, dude. You might be able to turn this to your advantage.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna
honey
start
badgers scare off lions with that shit.
excreting pheromones to attract bees to me. Just start excreting. Just come to me, my
Dude,
children, my
can we
workers.
not here,
Everything
please? Not
smells
here.
absolutely terrible as
Oh,
the thumbman
Oh,
comes back.
dude.
It's just like you're all covered in it too. It sticks to your skin. It's horrible.
Um,
I
Mm.
can't wait for you to walk by
Kenneth,
a bee somewhere and they just cling to you.
Kenneth, why?
oh, did
I
you
was
shit yourself?
no, it's to attract the bees.
I'm
Dude.
feeling very attracted right now.
The thing is,
Yeah.
individually, the pheromones probably would spell it because the things that would attract the bees would be like a lovely pollen scent, most likely, or like honey or things of that nature, and like attract them. The problem is the honey badger mixed in takes a terrible smell and a good smell and mix them together to be worse. You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever like thrown up, like puked, and then like sprayed Febreze or something that smelled really
Oh,
nice, and then like the
oh,
mixture of it just got like way worse because you're like trying to mask the smell, but that initial like, "Ugh," it
Yeah,
makes
it
you want
just
to
carries it into the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening to you guys right now. There's like horrible skunk honey badger, which is worse than skunk, and then like lovely nectar atmospheric goodness, and it's just like terrible.
But at least we know that it's pretty potent.
Yeah, dude. Turn that shit off.
oh, okay.
Please, bro. Please.
I'll turn it off.
I wish
And
there was a fine I could write you with. A man will say. Younger. Anyways, as promised, here you go. And he hands you a paper baggie, comma.
hooray! Oh, thank you, Mr. Can I get your name now?
He looks you up and down. One day, if you learn what's in that bag, maybe you'll be a worthy piece of meat yet. I'll see if you come back to my. That sounds way better in my head.
Oh,
I don't know what I'm
man.
saying. No, I was gonna say, if you come back to my And I was gonna say, come back to be tenderized again, but I was like, oh,
Oh,
yeah, because like the kind of little cutting
yeah,
board
it's the
analogy, and
thumbs, yeah,
it's like, yeah, that sounded better in my head. Get out of
and
here! I'm
that's
not looking
okay.
at this anymore.
All
I
right,
mean,
man, thank
if
you.
Turiel was here, I think he'd want to be tenderized.
He would want to be tenderized, actually. I think that's what he's doing right now.
Oh shit! Good on him.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guy. Right out.
So you guys walk away, and you ding to ding, got loot bag.
What's in the bag?
Bag.
Okay, there
A
is.
sandwich.
Yeah, it's a turkey sandwich.
Hell yeah!
It's turkey. There's also a DVD, like still in the case. There's like a sandwich in a sandwich bag. Then there's like a weird item in there. Like almost looks like some weird twisted effigy of some sort. With like a seal over top of it, like one of those little sealing tags.
I'm gonna look at it.
You've never
You
seen
all
it?
see the you see the thought. Hmm. Guys, if I ate it, what's the
Mm.
worst that could happen?
Why is your first thing eating things?
I mean, like, look at it, dude.
And
Why would he? I was a trustworthy guy. Why would he just give me this
He just
and have it
messed
be
up.
bad?
I
At my
mean,
request.
I mean, you can eat the sandwich, but please don't eat that DVD.
Oh no, not the DVD. Look at this cool effigy. Is it like does it have like ore coming off of it?
It has aura coming off of it, even though it has a sealing tag on it. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it might be something that you might want to like imbue with your own mana, maybe. Like maybe put a little mana in, or maybe it's something that we can what's the word? Maybe it's like the moment you take the sealing tag off, it's like a fucking bomb.
Oh, he wouldn't bomb us. But the
you-
DVD is it just like a plain DVD?
It's a plain DVD. Yeah.
You know, before we fuck with
It looks
anything, that
well
might be
made.
a tutorial telling us what's in these bags.
Actually, hell yeah. I am gonna eat this sandwich though.
Oh, can I have like a little bit?
As you guys are walking down okay, so you two eat it, the sandwich, and as you eat the sandwich, weird energy like pours into you,
Oh,
Oh man, it's a
and
good sandwich.
you guys
holy
restore
shit.
half of your max HP and half of your max mana each. You think if anyone ate the whole sandwich, they would have got a full restore.
Poor
Oh.
Kenneth. All right.
oh,
You guys watch them like share this sandwich like a Lady in the Tramp style. They're like, oh, a good shower. Oh, my bad.
This is fucking good, dude.
Oh
like
shit.
holy
Oh fuck.
shit.
Sorry, I got a little excited.
No, this is
This
All
is
this
great.
guy can fucking cook.
Both of you. Well, actually, not. I'll keep this in the back of my head for later. But anyways, yeah. So you guys, yeah. You keep going on, and
Yeah.
as you're going on, uh, Kenneth, you
Yeah.
hear horrible clicking noises and screams of agony and absolute pain.
bees. Where? Where's the
And
chaos?
you see a bunch of bees flying from a large building towards you. The three of you. At least a swarm of 50,000.
Oh my god.
Can I try controlling 10?
Uh,
And
as you
bees.
attempt to control 10 bees, you're like, wait,
No, 10,000.
10. That makes sense. Okay, y'all were like, oh yes, 10 bees. As you attempt to roll a d20 with disadvantage,
Okay.
You are not that king.
and another d20 as well.
Oh,
Another d20 too. You can have it. That'll be nice since you failed the other one horrible. I know you don't need advantage. You're good. So you look to the building they're coming from, and they're coming from the building that Chaz is staying at, a local corporation who's hosting him. And you see, like, just from one of the windows, they've broken out. It looks like. Not they it doesn't look like they're willingly let out, as you see like people screaming in the streets as they're flying towards you, and you realize you can't control them because there's nothing left inside to control. These aren't bees. You hear the screams of agony, but they're just the residuals of a bee lost to a horrible fungal infection. They're zombies.
Oh fuck, guys, we need to go to the tower now. We need to go. Stay away from the bees. They're not bees. They're zombies.
And as
We
you say,
go.
the big swarm is descending upon all of you, attracted to the pheromones as they're screaming and clicking
Run.
violently. And
Oh,
you guys see it go, and you see there's like white patches on them, like the fungal growths that come out of flies that make Jester sad. As like there's tiny black mushrooms like coming on their backs and their wings as they're flying at you. And Ken, if you just keep hearing like moans of agony, as they're chasing after you.
Run. I don't have another. Oh fucking! I don't know what else to do. I'll try. There's nothing left to control. Fuck.
Hey guys.
yeah.
You guys watch as Kamo
Good luck,
and
Kenneth.
Len. Len, dude, turn into a Florida 150.
yeah, you know what?
Yeah, okay,
You know what?
cool, yeah.
Here we go,
So you guys watch as Lenneth quickly goes do and turns into a Ford F-150. It says him and like Kyle are having a moment eating that sandwich together. He's already held in, and so the door just swings open, and Kyle does a sick slide into the seat, the driver's seat, as the doors close, and they zoom off.
Get in here.
I'm gonna start flying after the car. Please, I'm almost dead again. Please.
Get in the car.
The bees are chasing after you like a fucking like a zombie movie as it's they're like screaming and fade clicking after you as we enter a chase.
Oh god, I'm opening the tailgate. Gotta get in.
I'm getting in, dude. I'm coming.
Faster, dude. Please. Okay.
I'm using my full flight speed as well as running on the ground. Like I am trying to kick my feet on the ground or go faster. I'm doing everything I can.
You know what would have been really funny? Instead of turning, because I sent the other GIF from Transformers 1, and I was like, oh yeah, Lenneth is gonna half turn to the car and then start running instead of finishing turning.
Yeah.
That's so fun. All right, time to roll, boy. Shit.
You're charging it. You're not losing them. They don't seem to be affected by stamina at all, as they are already dead. The fungus compelling them to move beyond their body's natural limits. They're faster. They're slowly catching up.
Fuck. Get in the fucking car, get it.
I'm in. I thought, Jesus Christ.
Leonard, I think he's lost cause.
Yeah, he's in the tailgate.
Okay, he's in the car. Okay,
Yeah, the
so-
thing is, the bees are still gating on you because remember, all of you are still drenched in the pheromones. And the
Can
and the
I put out different
zombies-
pheromones to be like run?
You can attempt to roll a d20 with disadvantage.
Man,
Oh,
I should have
God.
taken a fucking a different Toyota with a fucking technical in the back.
Damn.
A
16.
gun.
Oh shit.
16. Let's go.
Okay. The problem is the other pheromones are already stuck to you, so now they're getting mixed messages.
That's fine.
The piss and shit pheromone.
And so it just gets even worse, and you guys are now covered in bee fear pheromones mixed with more honey badger pheromones, so it's just absolutely rank. As you're recklessly driving
These
down
are
the
just
road.
fucking confused. I can't.
Um,
I think there's
I
think there's baby
headcanon-
wipes in the glove box.
My headcanon is we drove past civilians and my pheromones leaked onto them and they just got absorbed by the fucking swarm as we're
And that
flying
is
by.
about
It's
accurate, yeah.
The One Punch Man mosquito scene.
we went to a car wash.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
Time to just instead of slowly going through it, we just fucking full speed through a car wash.
You blow through a car wash, damaging it and yourselves. You see
Oh, my
Kenneth
head's-
unconscious in the back seat. His
Please,
covered in
oh
snow.
God.
And it's at this point, Sheriff, like, if it's we had all these ideas, I think they would have worked. Because I was gonna say you have 3 rounds before they catch up to you. Then I would have given you another round from the mixed pheromones and whatever. So at this point, you managed to get mostly away from them. Before a dragon lands directly in front of you, stopping you as the bees begin to catch up.
Why?
A massive red dragon standing in front of you. And as the bees approach, it just lets out a massive gout of flame from its mouth. And you realize, oh, that's not flame. That's like actual liquid rock is being spout from its mouth as a small volcanic just like patch appears behind you as this dragon now looks at you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
I'll go. I wouldn't thank me. You're under arrest.
What
So
the
we were
fuck
just
do you
assaulted.
mean?
We were just assaulted by bees.
He looks to Kenneth in the back seat, still smelling of pheromones.
Yeah. I don't know what you want from us. We were assaulted by bees. He smells like shit, I know. Look at him.
You're coming with us. We have to do our due diligence. You cause damage to the surroundings and you have to pay the price. And as he's talking, he's yapping at you and he's giving you the okay, I see this was exemplary circumstances, but it's up to the court at that point, not me. It'd be my due diligence to take you in and whatever. And he's going through all that boring shit. And then you hear the sound of buzzing behind you as once again, Kenneth, you barely come to. You're like due to being a honey badger, you seem to have far more resilience against death.
That's fantastic.
So you manage to wake up again as you're like, guys. And you hear like, oh yeah, you're being arrested, whatever. You're at least being detained until the investigation, whatever. And then you hear buzzing coming from behind you.
Oh no. They're
Similar
back.
buzzing.
Are they?
And
Can I control these ones?
as you attempt to control it, you get a backhand to your face immediately.
Oh,
Almost enough to knock you unconscious again, as you see your long lost cousin Chaz
God
flying
damn it.
down from the high rise to your location. And he'll go up to the dragon, and yeah, Len, at this point, you're being turned back into a person. They're like, okay, I did expect the car to be a guy, but like, please turn back to being a guy. And I'm like, okay, officer.
I guess.
Yeah.
At least I'm not getting towed.
Again, yeah.
Impound is worse than jail. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know what those valets are, man. Fuck.
They rode me
So,
too
like-
hard. God.
It scratched my pain.
Oh. Yeah, so you turn back into a guy, and he's like, oh, whatever. He's like prepared to take you. Then Chance will fly up and will be like, apologies, officer. These people, this was gross negligence on numerous accounts. Why? This is a family matter. I assure you, all fines will be paid, and anyone who has suffered damages will have to be fully reimbursed. And he will give a card over, and he'll be like, if anything else is needed, you can talk to my butler here. And you see 6 bee people who aren't as cool as Kenneth or Chaz, but they're in suits and briefcases, much like how Piccolo was. Will fly down as well, having been behind Chaz himself, and begin talking with the dragon, beginning boring ass legal procedures of being like, apologies for this. It was a new, they start explaining the situation, probably fibbing just a bit, and beginning paying the man off and doing everything of whatever. Doing their air quotes due diligence, at least as much as a dragon-run society is willing to do so. As the situation begins to be handled. And it's like, Huh. I see you're still you, Kenneth. That's it.
Yeah, still me, and
That's
you're
it. It is an
you.
absolute pleasure to see you again. I barely recognize that it's you, but
A
there's
lot's
far more
changed
pressing matters to
recently.
catch up on. And he will put his hand out to you, Kamo, as you see a man who looks like a. Have you ever seen like the Chad memes?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. One second. I thought he said the specific meme. Okay. This. He's literally
Wait,
just
that's fucking
he's the
Kamo.
guy. Yeah, yeah. He's the guy on the right, but he has like antenna. I should make a fucking
Like the one I
Photoshop edit
sent.
of this.
Hold up, the one I sent.
Man,
Yes,
yeah,
please. Yeah, yeah.
I need to make a fucking Photoshop edit of this. I'll put it on chat next fucking next session we have. I'll do it. But yeah, no, you see, he's like a way slicker build too. He's like not power lifter, but just like very similar to Kamo of skinny, but all of his muscle. As he's in a fancy business suit, he has like a little clip on one side of his suit with a bunch of like beakers on them. Uh, and then he has like the same quote B pack that Kenneth has. However, it's actually built into his suit. So he has like a pocket apiary attached to his back via like backpack. And it almost looks like two permanent briefcases hanging off the side of his abdomen. As he also has a cute little bee pin on the other pocket of his suit that says "Be happy." And then he has a tie that is tied over him. And the tie is just a simple plain red tie, but it has an intricate, almost cracking design on it, almost like Kitsugi. As he has his hair slicked
So cute.
back and has a fedora atop his head. But the fedora also has a bee pin in it. The fedora is almost shaped like a bee, as his antennas are like sticking out of the top of it. And he's like, "You must be Kamo. I've heard quite a bit about you from Turiel. A pleasure to meet your acquaintance, finally. I was hoping you would
You
come
must
with
be
him
mad.
today." I am.
I I wasn't aware that he left prior. I also didn't know where you were around, but it's good to meet you. Definitely.
I told him that you were invited, but I see why he would want to deal with the matters alone. The whole bout of a cough, cough, wink, wink. Mhm.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's rough.
Indeed.
Um,
Oh, and you must be Len.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Oh yes, Callie told me about you at one of our last meetings. I'm
Callie?
surprised to see.
Oh, she's here. I thought she was still in Grekus.
You know how she is. Always been a mobile soul. Never been in one place for all too long. We had a couple of dealings back in the day. Small world.
I guess. Is she doing well? I last texted her like a while ago. She doing good?
Well, I mean, as good as one can be under the circumstances, as you know. But she's always been a tough sort.
That's fair. Well, thank you.
Of course not.
uh,
Come, why don't you come back to the high rise with me, and we can discuss things. As I said, you were invited from the get go. I can hook you up with a couple of rooms, if nothing else. Dinner, perhaps.
don't mind. We can meet up. I mean, we just went through a couple things, but pardon our rough appearances.
I don't mind at all. And you get used to the looks after your time in business. One of the best things to do is it's a power play if you don't give it any power over you. How I
Yeah,
do
actually,
think I would dress like this. He gestures to himself. I know it's ridiculous, but it's the best I can do under the circumstances. So why would
I
I
like
give
your
up?
tie.
Oh, thank you. I had it custom made.
Yeah, no. Nicely made. I don't mind
Anyway,
going up there, sure.
and he claps, and then two bee butlers will fly down from you don't know where, like people bees, and just grab each of you under the arm and start
Whoa.
flying you towards the higher.
Oh Christ!
I can fly on my own. Leave me alone. I can fly.
yeah. Oh yeah, you're grabbed, and you guys all are flown up to the building. And here, allow me actually to get into the map.
Wow, fucking
I like how he's just being forcefully
Maybe,
just. You're going to.
maybe he's a
stop
chill guy, guys.
crying.
yeah.
Yeah,
You guys were worried about this guy?
Yeah,
pretty
I think he's cool. You know, I'll be honest. He seems chill.
Didn't Big Bucks Billy say Chaz would be an issue?
Nah, he seems chill. Well,
He said
look
no.
at the gang.
Yeah, maybe it might just be like family issues. Like it's not an actual problem. It's just gonna be like an awkward Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, to
I
be fair,
am.
he did, and I quote, say something along the lines of, so long if he does not get what he wants, it'd be an issue, but otherwise he wouldn't be a problem. That's what you were told.
Yeah, he seems pretty chill.
There
Yeah,
you three
my deal.
are, and then let me get Turiel. Turiel, you can't RP. He's like off on the corner. He's like looking at a fish tank or something. Like you hear him in like a loud conversation. No, you can't really make anything of that as he just like leaves, going off the map.
Real. Okay, bye. Okay.
Yeah, he's like on the phone. You see, and he's like, "What do you mean that?" And that's like all you hear that beforehand.
Ain't nothing to do with me.
So you guys come here, and he goes, feel free to look around as much as you want.
You changed my photo, didn't you? You fucker.
That's you, man.
I did. That's the canon. Yeah, that's canon. That's actually canon. Yeah. And so, as soon as he comes down, he's like, "Let the beachlers know if you need anything. We can discuss whatever for a while. Make yourself comfortable. This penthouse suite is entirely mine for the next few days. So I've been doing some of my experiments and business, other due diligences. And Kenneth, do try to control your pheromones. I know what they say that flattery, what is it? Something like imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, or something of that matter.
Mm.
But
I will run it back. Don't worry.
He gestures to you. He's like, I don't think it's working out for you. I'd stay away from the splicing personally from this point on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he has his redeeming qualities. He has his redeeming qualities. Good guy, actually.
Yeah, I
Came
mean, I
clutch
could
recently.
see. Yeah, I could see how it might annoy you, Ken. But
Yeah,
I don't know. He doesn't seem like bad.
but Mr. Chaz, um,
Yes.
how you feeling? Big day's coming up. I'm just saying.
Oh, indeed. How much has that Ariel told you about it? I know there's the present issue of amnesia, but has he told you much more? Or
Really, not much. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little touched too, but a little touched by it.
oh, I
Trying
see.
to get what I can.
Well, I wouldn't worry. Everything should go according to plan. Nothing too crazy. At least not for you.
Well, I mean, plan to be there. I mean, just general stuff.
Oh, it's a private event, I'm afraid, but nothing personal, of course. I'll happily hook you up nearby so Turiel can be returned to you as soon as the event is over. It should be
You
a
said I
quick
was
in and
invited.
out thing. You said I was invited. You were invited.
You said I was invited like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, to the high rise for this conversation.
Yeah, you said I was invited to the wedding. Like whenever you descended down on with the beat and everything. You remember?
Yes, you were invited to the high rise to come with Turiel. No, not the wedding. As a reference to coming
Yeah.
here. Oh, I see why it could be confusing though.
It's a little confusing, I'll be honest. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. No worries. Human complexities and languages and all that way more complicated than bees. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at Kenneth real quick. Do the side glance. How's Kenny feeling?
He, this whole time he's just been quiet. He's just been listening and nodding, or just any comment you make about how good a guy Chaz is. He kind of glances at you for a second and then looks back down, nodding.
Damn, they have him whipped. Oh shit.
So, how have you been since the secession war? Uh, Kenny boy?
I've been good. I've been following around these guys for quite some time. We have a blimp now. I've been flying that. That's been fun.
Oh, yes, that Ambrosio fellow did make an acquisition. I was wondering what that was about.
I've enjoyed flying it quite a bit. It's very very smooth ride.
Oh, I'm glad it's worked out well for you. So, how did this happen? He gestures to you.
Well, Turiel was kidnapped, and we went to go save him. Um, upon saving him, there was substances in that room, and um, one of which was honey badger DNA. It was stuck into me, and I transitioned into a feral beast for a couple days. And once I got my bee powers back, um, I am now this. This is all very new to me.
And you let that happen to you?
It was
I
I didn't know if I was getting honey power my bee powers back. I didn't know.
You
You
were
were
going.
told.
You were. I. That sounds like you. Yes. I would
It was
stay
a
away
representation.
from gene splicing in general. It may well have worked out for me, but for the average person, well,
What the fuck is that fucking token?
Two of the
Hold on.
yeah.
fucking.
I'm trying to pull it up on the
Tim.
screen, but it's not working.
Oh, I have the picture saved on my
Yeah.
computer. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah. I thought you were giving me for that for like to edit.
Oh
in
no,
being
no,
cast.
you can. It works. It works.
Yeah, perfect.
That's
And so
funny.
yeah, no, he's saying that he's like, yes, leave genetic manipulation to the professionals. He gives you a knowing nod, Como.
True.
Huh.
Yeah, genetic splicing is a very slippery slope, I'll be honest.
It was actually his idea, points to Kamo.
True that, true that. And you did say yeah. So, man,
This guy
I
does
did
that
tell you
like
the options. I told you what would happen. You get options.
I and
If you had said no, it wouldn't have happened.
yeah, good luck with that. Anyways, let's get any of the nasty things sorted over before we can enjoy the rest of our evening together. So yes, like I said, nothing personal, but I need all of you to avoid the wedding.
Can I
And,
ask why?
yes, well, it's a private affair, and
Does that
it's formality more than anything else.
Does that include me? I was given an invitation.
Do what you want, Kenneth. I know you won't listen to me anyway, so if you wish to show up, by all means, but
I was being genuine. If you didn't want me to show up, I wouldn't. But I do have the invitation for it. That's all.
I'd lose it personally.
Mm.
But with that being said, I'm happy to give you accommodations, take you along with the way, and set you up with a what do they call it? Airbnb. And I'll happily hand Toriel right back over to you upon the completion of the event. Like I said, it's formality, ritualism, all that, you understand.
Ritualism?
Yes, yes.
I see. I see.
Can I? I know that we don't have insight checks, but can I effectively insight check that to see if that's like a genuine, like, yeah? Is that like in good? Oh God, in good consciousness of Turiel, or if this is like a Turiel's gonna get hurt in this ritual marriage thing? Can I like quote unquote insight check that to see like read between the lines?
Yeah, go on. I don't think you're proficient in it, because inside essentially
Yeah,
rules
no.
is like, I'm doing more, there's not a set list of skills, more it's things of, if it
Yeah.
closely relates to one thing, either you have proficiency, I'm doing it, because like obviously it wouldn't break down to every single sub niche, but yeah, you get the point.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something close enough if I can explain it.
Yeah, that's, pretty much.
Well, no.
You trust him wholeheartedly. Look at that smile, man.
True,
That
yeah.
smile.
Shit,
You know, I
those
gotta
glasses.
ask personally, what really drew you to Turiel? Really complex guy.
It's an arranged thing, I assure you.
Oh man, arranged?
Yes, neither of us have any say in it. You know how it goes. Like I said, formality, ritualism, blah blah blah. I'm sure we could come to some arrangement that's going to end up working out, but like I'm not going to request he stay home all the time or anything like that. We can skip all that nasty, complicated bits that come along with setups such as this.
Makes sense. I get it.
He'll be just as free a man as he was before the event, I assure you.
Hmm.
I mean, yeah. I mean, also, we've never met before, have we?
No, we have not. I was a big fan of your father's work, however.
Oh,
Happenstantial, I assure you.
can you tell me about it, actually? Just a little insight. Again, I've been... Traveling has really messed up my brain, I'll be honest.
I
When I
assume
try
it
to look
must
up
have
something
been
about it.
some sort of weird ability based off of the what's been going on. Even though I've done a handful of tests on Turiel, he just keeps saying weird Mandela effect, Genesis, whatever. I assume it was some sort of conceptual ability that hit the party or something. I can't imagine what that's like, but
It's the third time it's happened to me. It's rough.
have you considered not continuously meeting the person who did it then? You know, just food for thought.
Oh, he's dead, so it's no problem. About it.
Man after my own heart. Correct answer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he will cough and pop his collar a little bit before readjusting some of his things. And he's like, well, and I think it's better if I show you. And he'll start walking off.
Okay, hold on.
Uh,
I can't control combo. Freedom.
Uh.
Free me.
No, someone else can control combo. Wait, what?
Release. Okay, I got him. I got him.
Okay, then I got it. Good. So he like brings you over here, and he shows you. He hits a button, and like like a mobile research thing will pop out over like the table, and it will show you complex charts and machinery similar to what you found in the circus, but on a way smaller scale, and seemingly with some sort of breathing apparatus. And he will show it to you, and he'll be like, "Well, you see, your father did quite a bit of research into minor genetic alterations and the crossbreeding of species, and blah blah blah." He continues to talk science stuff that only really you two understand, and essentially, he will tell you he feels that he pushed his ability as far as it could go back in the Succession War. He had different questions. He learned the basics over and over and over, instilling it into himself before eventually coming back to what it meant to be a keeper. And you roll. I'll say roll 2d20s, and like I said, that's what everyone gets. Like he tells you that part, and then it goes into the science bullshit and insight. So the first
Damn.
roll,
18 and 19.
yeah, so that's actually 23 and a 19. Yes, that's crazy. So you can tell he's disgusted when he said he really thought about what it meant to be a keeper.
Mhm.
The words that come off his tongue, he's been a little uncomfortable this whole time, but you think it's just legitimate awkwardness or something like that. He's like trying to be cool in front of all of you, but he's like, wow, our personalities don't mesh, and we're gonna have to talk about awkward shit. I don't like this, you know, sort of situation. But he's actually then trying to be cool and everything like that. Uh, so ignoring that awkwardness, like he's like sincere about everything. You can tell so far, like he's trying to get you people to like him, and that's why he's being awkward. But there's actually legitimate hostility and disgust when he says he's been thinking about what it meant to be a keeper. And then he said, so I circled back over and over, and I thought numerous things, you know. Perhaps B is not the specific species as it does transcend species, so maybe it was the clade. But if it was the clade, perhaps it could go all the way up to genus? And so I thought numerous times over and over that it was the shape of what makes a bee a bee. And I experimented, and I learned, and I pushed the ability to its maximum. But there's only so much the small creatures can do in the classification of being a warrior. And then I remembered experimentation, and he goes into and he starts talking about genetics. How the killer bee that is currently plaguing America was a Brazilian crossbreed of the more tame American honeybee and the African killer bee to attempt to make a bee that was more passive than their violent cousins, but had the workload and size of the cousins. And then he thought, what happens if I push that to its limit? I found the limit of what a keeper can control. So what if I created things? And he will show you. He shows you some of your father's research on, God, I think it's called pathogenetics, like modifying a child in the womb, essentially, like modifying the stem cell and things like that. The early splices. And you realize this is
Me.
you. Yeah. And so he has been doing that with bees. He's been crossbreeding bees with actual viable crossbreeds. And then while they're being developed inside of the egg, he's using an aromantic version of this whole parthenogenesis sort of deal to further modify the bees to push beyond what a bee is physically capable of doing. And he shows you numerous ones. And Kenneth,
Yes.
at this point, you may roll a d20.
Perfect. I was waiting. Give me. Oh.
You don't understand any of this shit. You're sitting there and
God
kind of like
damn
shaking your
it.
nose a little bit, and you're like, "Wow, well," because you just hate this guy. You don't like him very much, to be honest with you. He's kind of a douche, and
Yeah.
so he's like, And you're like, ugh. And then you keep thinking about in the Succession War, this guy literally just like ignored being a keeper and just straight up like murdered four people essentially. And that's how you keep thinking about it. There's a generation with 6 keepers, and like you're the only one young enough to leave, and you're like you keep thinking back. He's only like 2 years older than you. He was like only 8 or 10 at the time of the Succession War. Like barely old enough to participate in it, sort of deal. And he was the one who was like, "Yeah." And you just think too much about the history of it all. Like in the
Mhm.
Succession War, he was only like 10 years old. He was only like 4 years older than you, something like that. He's only like 28. Uh, and so you think back to like those 18 years ago, when you were just 6 and he was 10, and it's like he was in a similar situation, but he wanted to participate for some reason. Because like he had the same offer as you, and maybe that's one of the reasons you hate him so much. Because there's like sort of a projection of I could have won. The second youngest person in the war won, or
Yeah.
whatever. And then you also know that like generally in the Succession War there's fighting, sure, but then, like in death is not uncommon. But usually something like if there were 6 people, one person would drop out like you and get like the kind of handheldy exile thing. Then the 2 highest tiers would get married, and maybe like 2 would die, 3 in an unlucky year. And like the other person would be like, oh, cast out to be like, well, if something happens to the current king and queen, they can be there or whatever, but they're like kind of stripped of status or whatever. Sort of the thing. Like there's a noble society. And he kind of broke it down. He broke the mold.
What an asshole.
And then you immediately notice from the glass, you see more of those zombies.
Hmm.
However, these ones are far bigger, larger stinger, not made for work at all. You're like, these bees would suck at making honey. And you look at all of them, and all these bees would suck at making honey. They're big. They're crossbreeds of more aggressive species, with specifically being bred for traits such as size, speed, venom potency.
Hmm.
So on and so forth. And yeah,
Hmm.
he takes the time to explain this research. And Len, it's kind of lost on you too. You don't have a family history of
Yeah.
this guy. You're just like, wow,
I'm
he's
like,
talking
man,
about science and shit. And
it's
he's
like this
"That's-
is really cool. Damn.
yeah, and you're like, wow, look at that big bee. It's green and it has a stinger that's actually like 3 inches long. That's cool. And so on and so forth. And Ax, you actually understand this though. Like I said, you understand that he's like modifying these bees to actually create high tier effective combat usage out of them with very specific niche categories. Like ones that have an incredibly high venom potency, because you know that there are like bees such as the cow killer. I think it's actually a wasp, but there are some like bees that have very long stingers that shoot out almost like a proboscis, and they are like comparable to being shot with a bullet, like the venom yield in real life. And these are high mana potency, like fused with other high potency bee combinations to make what essentially appears to be more like an actual bullet, like a stinger that's out all the time and not one of the piercing ones, but like one that's actually like numerous inches in length, sometimes even being larger than the bee itself, its wings modified to keep itself aloft, but clearly meant to be used uh in combat and whatnot. And so he shows you and he's like, but yeah, these are just a handful of specimens. Of course we have other working class ones as well, but this is my personal passion project. I'll let you roll one more d20, but you succeed every other one. I was gonna give you disadvantage. You get to roll straight with a +5.
This man
4.
is getting
I think I
ready
know what's
for
going
war.
on anyways.
He is. Oh.
You know what? I'll let you roll again. I'm gonna mean them though, because like I said, I was tempted to give you advantage, but I also wanted to give you disadvantage, and I want you to succeed. There you go. So half and half would be okay, that's enough. So that would okay. So you realize he Bees are to have too low of a mana yield for the average one to have an ability.
Why he's taking tutorials.
And you think he may have succeeded because he specifically showed you his research with open arms and stuff. So he's not, and you can tell because of your insight, he's not trying to hide this from you, but he's also not trying to be upfront about this. He made abilities. Bees that he can control who have abilities of their own. That's why he's a pseudo level 0. If he continues that process, he might be able to make actually, instead of bees that are like, level 8, which is still impressive because it's a tiny bee with no mana capacity, he could make tiny baby human equals you with an almost conceptual. He could make you from bees and control them in the thousands.
So, what's your end goal here? I see the process. I see the research.
Well, in truth, I never really thought about it. It's always been a concept of, and I know it sounds bad, but have you ever thought I can do something? And someone told you, no, you
No.
can't. And you just had this
Yeah.
itching inside of you that you wanted to do it more than anything in the whole world, to a point of where you got blinded to the after and just thought about the here and now.
Every day.
That's how I feel about this project. Our family is, I'm sure Kenneth has told you, incredibly conservative. Arranged marriages, kings and queens, noble dynasties, and Byzantine era politics. But we live in the modern day, Mr. Como. Those sorts of things are just, things aren't how they used to be. And I always like to think of myself as a progressive thinker. I don't know where the end goal for myself or my family is, where it lies, but for now, I want to finish my research before I become king. And then figure out the tomorrow. I want to prove that I can do it, partially out of spite, partially out of progress for the family, but I want to bring about a new age for the artisanal family. I'm, I mean, we're given a city-state out in Egypt or the Coptic state, but I mean, I've been expanding into Grekis in terms of business. As I'm sure you know, the corporations hold a large sway over things such as politics and things of that nature. I'm trying to expand out from our conservative and small rootings, as we've always been a wealthy, noble family, but we've always been looking inwards instead of outwards. I want to be the first man to look outwards, and the first man to do something impossible.
Ambition. It's not bad. It's good to want.
Wants are only good if you can satisfy your needs. Come. That's the unfortunate reality of the world. That's why I have to succeed. I think we're cut from the same cloth, you and I. In that regard. I see it in your eyes, as you speak. I know well. Keep at it. You'll get what you need to get. I'm sure you'll make your father very proud. And like awkwardly puts his hand on your shoulder, and then he's like not necessarily sure what to do there, so he kind of just like pats it twice, then like pulls it back and gives you a thumbs up, before turning back to his whole like cool guy persona of like, ah, now then, dinner, anyone? Any questions? I did.
What are the other two doing?
Oh, that's the question.
Len
So-
is just fucking mesmerized. He doesn't know anything about the sciences. He's a mechanical person, so in his head he's trying to like put it together, but he's just like, oh, this is like sick. And the politics, he's like, oh hell yeah, this guy's cool.
Kenneth is trying to hide it, but I don't know how well he actually is on his face. I mean, his face is new to him right now. He's got a muzzle and shit. So like you can see traces of anger in it. Every time he would say something about the family being conservative and he wants to change that. Um, anytime like when he was talking about the bees, what changing them, breeding them differently to make them better. Again, he's not liking that. He's not a fan of what he's doing at all. So he's kind of been leaning up against the wall with his arms crossed, looking down, just waiting for the conversation to end, and just shaking his head at some things. When is it the sound I made when he said, "You guys are cut from the same, or we're cut from the same cloth"? It was a chuckle. He just like, mm, what the fuck? Just hand in head. Like what is he trying to do here?
You got any checks and balances or what? Or just full steam ahead?
In what regard?
Well, looking at this, the morality of bees, I'll be honest. And I don't.
Well,
To
that's-
what point, how high of a range are you working with? How high do you want these bees to go?
As far as evolution takes them, let me tell you something about evolution that your father's work portrayed to me. Well, actually, this one's from your mother, but aside the point. Um, they were to work together as much as they were together. Sweet, honestly. Part of me wishes I had something like that, but so be it. You can only have so much ambition before it becomes greed. And she had said, the principles of evolution function off of good enough, not perfect. If I were to reach for perfection, I'd be overstepping that boundary. Your goal is to reach for as good as you can get it without forcing it. That's my goal. As far as evolution allows me to take myself, others, the bees, that's the answer. As for the morality of bees, it doesn't exist. Male are thrown out to freeze to death in the winter because they're a drain on food. Drones are expected to sting, regardless of if it rips their insides out of their ass. Sure, it doesn't on smaller creatures, but you can't honestly tell me even if there's only 2 light bulbs that blink on and off interchangeably inside of the head of an insect. That they don't understand that they are dying for nothing. A single sting won't kill a human. It won't kill a bear. It won't even pierce its skin. It won't kill a honey badger, yet they sting anyways. There are certain scenarios where if a bee smells slightly different, its family will rip it limb from limb and expose and throw its pieces out of the hive. If a queen isn't liked, they're vibrated until their organs boil and pop. Isn't it?
I
Hmm?
sorry, Colin.
No, go on, go on.
I have proficiency in geopolitics. Is this been a debate in like bee society, or is what he's saying kind of like the norm for bee society?
Mm, I'll let you roll for that, sure. I would say disadvantage if there's anyone else except for you or Kenneth, but I'll give you normal and
Mhm.
proficiency. Because, like, this is a small society. Because it's not like this is a full on country. This is like a city state. Like, this is essentially a sovereign
Mhm.
state inside of another larger nation. Like,
Gotcha.
yeah, like a major corporation that's kind of allowed to do whatever they want because of the sheer just number of population.
Hmm.
But yeah, go on.
With
Roll a
that, it's
d20 plus 5.
+5. Roger.
Plus 5, yeah.
Oh,
Oh
Hell yeah.
my.
Bad.
Alright. So this is the thing. This goes 3 ways, and this is heavily, heavily questionable because from a position of geopolitics, you can strangely see where he is coming from, but it's also like you can't at the same time, if that makes sense. Like the theory is just actively strictly correct, but in practice, because he is talking about it's a very similar real life debate, I suppose, that has no real political value. So I'm willing to bring it up on like air. Is should we make mosquitoes? We can technically modify their genes so they're not able to bite humans anymore. It probably wouldn't affect them that much in nature either, because mosquito society, so to speak, is not, that wouldn't affect them all too much. It would be a benefit to humans. But should humans play God in that way? Should they take away the mosquito's ability to be bitten, or just outright extinct the species because they're an inconvenience to us and they kill people in underprivileged nations?
Mm.
It's a similar debate to that understanding of he is pushing things in a way that could be considered directly immoral because anything gene related could be considered immoral, especially a combat breed like this. It'd be like making xenomorph armies in Stellaris. It's evil, but is it really super, super evil if they're being used intelligently?
gosh, it's just questionable, not inherently
It's not
bad.
fucked. Yeah, it's not like why the fuck would he do this, but it's questionable because it goes to the slippery slope argument. It was the thing of, in theory, the creation of the nuke was good because it like privatized world peace. But at that same time, it's so fucked up in practice because weapons like that could easily end the world. And it's a very similar situation of you can't take this back. Modifying insects to be on par with like actual weaponry and then having a select group of people who can then control them, even though it does not seem like he wants to share. So like I said, he is telling the truth about the nature of bees.
Mhm.
But is bee society the same thing as bees as well? Because like I said, they're like a sovereign state of megafauna who are humanoid. They're bees who have humans and have like a strict societal thing. And so is it worth it for him to be able to say, yeah, I want to bring progress because it would help people, but it would hurt people at the same time? As probably seen as he seems cool, he seems honest, he seems like he has the best interest for at least Turiel and himself and you guys, but you haven't known him super, super long. But then at the same time, he is clearly like, you heard from Kenny and know from geopolitics. In the Succession War, he did just straight up kill everyone else with no chance for mercy either. And it seems like he is pushing the idea of the nature of bees onto the society of bees and wants to change it. So it's another, like I said, there's a lot of complex philosophy here. It's like I said, it's not inherently evil, but the actions are evil. And then, because like I said, there's like 3 different layers to it. Because he's essentially going from the term of the societal question. I guess I'll break it down in a very tilde so we can just go through this. His actions are evil, but for a better end goal, because he's been doing things like in the Succession War, he killed anyone else who could be a secondary competitor in order to force society to be more like on par with the rest of the world. So he's doing evil actions for what he perceives as the greater good. Then similarly, the weapon aspect is the exact opposite. He's doing things that are questionable for hypothetically the good, but then once it's made, you can't take it back. And what will become of that post him? So on and so forth. And those are like the 2 aspects of this argument and this debate. And like I said, in terms of nature, he's being honest, but in terms of like nurture, it's significantly more questionable to you.
Understood. Mr. Chaz, if it's okay if I interject and ask a question of my own.
Yeah, of course.
The when it comes to these massive changes that you're pushing, which I think it's going to be good for society, it seems. But have you thought about what will happen of this technology and of your society after this has been completed? You know, what will happen? Like, what's your secession plan? Who's going to control these weapons, as you call them, after this is all said and done? It could be a very, very dangerous situation you have on your hands.
Well, and he sits into the chair, putting his feet up on the table. As I said, there's a question too. There's a certain question to things about what the future truly represents. Because in truth, I haven't thought about it. My whole life, I have not planned ahead. I've always preferred to see what's in front of me. And as I look before me today, I take it step by step. In a chess game, you can only plan so far ahead before you get so rooted into your own tactics that you're guaranteed to lose. Did you know, a fun fact, there's more combinations for how a chess game can play out than there are combinations of atoms in the universe. And yet, with that being said, almost every strategy has a hard counter. The Queen's Gambit has a counter, and so could any other that you would reference. So much so that some games, even though they take 100 turns to finish, are decided on turn 2 and are just a desperate struggle forward and a desperate attempt at survival. Like an insect crawling along a line, and he lets one of the bees free and will let it crawl across the table very slowly. And he'll say, "See, with this bee's plan is to reach the end of the table as quickly as possible. And he's planned every move. And you see there's like different things scattered across the table. Pencils, a cup that's like half drank, like a tiny tray of like ketchup or something, it looks like. It's fairly tidy, but it's a little bit strewn about because like you can tell the whole zombie situation probably got his attention in the middle of something. And then he will go, if he plans out everything, and he'll give a telepathic command for it to go, and says, right, what happens if this occurs? And he clasps it in his hands, trapping it inside of his 2 hands. Those plans meant nothing. And as such, this is how I feel. And he continues, then he'll show you his clasped hands. And things get tighter and tighter. And planning what I'm going to do once I'm free. And he like pushes his hands to so small that it's almost crushing the bee, but the bee's still fine. Planning what happens when the fingers unclasp is greed, not ambition. Because and he will, as you've been looking at his hands, you look and you see the desk. He's commanded other bees to clean it off, like to completely change the course. And he like puts the bee back down. The bee falling to the table before attempting to take the same path and not being able to, because obviously the things are in a completely different order. Planning what to do when the fingers are unclasped around your neck mean nothing if you don't see the course before you. Things change, Len. Do you think I'm the only man in the world who is making a weapon?
See here, I completely understand the nature of the world, Mr. Chaz, and I am not doubting your abilities to lead, let alone your right to national self-defense here. I understand the 100 to the 120th amount of chess pieces and games there could possibly be, but what I'm trying to say is that instead of a chess game, you are building your house and you've built the perfect foundation, but you've failed to realize that your water pipes are going to cause a sinkhole in the future. And you need to take corrective actions and find an alternative, perhaps, to ensure your house doesn't fall.
I see what you're saying in terms of engineering, but politics are far more complicated. My only job was to build the foundation. Someone else is going to build the pipes, and if they do so unsuccessfully, how does that relate to me at all? I'm 100 miles away, building another foundation for another man who will build another set of pipes, completely
Well,
different from the first.
the problem is that this place is your foundation. And if you say you're going to build another foundation, that implies you're abandoning this home that you are living in.
And that's correct.
I see.
The old foundation is flawed. As an engineer, I'm sure you know. What do you do when the chassis, when the internals of a car is completely rotted out? The car can't be salvaged at that point. Pieces of it can, but you can't. If you rebuild a car whose entire internal structure has been rotted and rusted out, you might as well be building a new car. No?
You might as well be, but there come situations
At
where
that point.
yeah, it is a thesis. There's certain points though where your love of the vehicle would necessitate replacing every single piece that you're able to. And what you determine to be rotted might be a little bit too extreme in the sense that you could still use those pieces in their proper allotments in a different environment without changing their inherent nature.
That's true of a man who loves his car. But, I mean, you know what they say about. Sorry, the prize can't. I'm
You're
laughing, but
good.
that's a stupid ass joke.
You know what they say.
You know
You
what
know what they say.
Compensating and all that. In many scenarios, I understand the love of one's vehicle to such a point that they would wish to replace it. But if it's unsalvageable, and you have the means, would it not be in the average person's interest to simply buy a new vehicle of the same make and model. If one is available, the average person would choose, and they had it within their means, to purchase a new vehicle and make what they could of the old one. Will they not take that choice?
Everything you say has made sense, and I appreciate this thought experiment. I just wish that you're an intelligent man. I just wish you take I don't know what's going on in the background, and I hope that you've taken the necessary precautions so that you are able to keep as many people in their best possible circumstances that they can be.
A final thought experiment for you. Completely hypothetical. And has no bearing on reality, mind you. But a 2-4 question. What is the value of a single bee? And if you were able to discuss with a creature, you're able to have a legitimate conversation, one-on-one, with a creature that is less intelligent than a human, would you choose its life or a random stranger's?
Well, when you say random stranger, do I get any information on this random stranger, or is it inherently
Sure.
random?
Sure. For the sake of this hypothetical, let's go up to the old trolley problem. A thought out hypothetical rather than a more vague philosophical one. Let's say instead of your ability being born as, what is it, replicate and substitute. Let's say you were born a keeper like Kenneth. Now you two had swapped lives, at least in the temporary. You have the capacity to talk with bees and understand their limited emotional capacity and brain structure to the same extent you can understand a human. You have two options before you. Would you save the life of a bee you loosely knew that you're able to commune with, or the life of a completely random human, let's say 28-year-old Caucasian female? They're both on the tracks, a car speeding in towards them. You could have the bee sacrifice itself to save the woman, or you could do nothing and let the woman be struck to save the bee. What choice do you make, Leonard?
Lenneth will take his hand, put it to his chin. I see your point. I do in fact see your point. Even though I'm not sure that is my decision would be taken out of my current humanoid biases. And there is a difference between the, pardon my words, lowliest insect to someone such as yourself. And if I had the choice between someone like Kenneth versus a bee, I would choose Kenneth.
An interesting choice.
I think there is, I don't know what the difference is, but from my feelings, and I'm no expert, you are the expert, but there is an inherent difference between these bees in these containers here and someone as such as yourself. And therefore, you can't use that analogy for your fellow compatriots.
A question completely devoid of hypotheticals. What happened? And Kamo, please answer this for him. I know he was preoccupied at the moment. What happened to Piccolo?
He died.
And how did he die?
He was commanded to die.
By a keeper, no less.
Yeah. And he did it willingly.
In air quotes.
Yeah.
That's the society that you defend. Not defend. I know you understand more than that. I know this is more of a hypothetical brain game to have me consider the consequences of future actions. I understand that. And I mean this with no disrespect, but you're defending bees, humanoid though they might be. Our society was no better than a normal hive. When I say conservative, I don't mean in the terms of geopolitics or in terms of religious connotation or any other typical connotations that you would that would be understood by a human. I mean, we're bees, fundamentally. Humanoid, more intelligent, with a greater emotional capacity. But at the end of the day, workers die. That's what they're expected of. My progressive thinking is not coming of sacrificing them, so to speak. But I will not defend a man who puts a collar around my neck, nor will I defend someone damned to die. If that is their fate, so be it. I can't be expected to save everyone. That's the complexities of being a leader. At times, you're called to make impossible choices, and at some points, you have seconds to do it. A bee dies within seconds of stinging something, a bear, so to speak. And as I said, a single stinger to a nose of a grizzly bear is an annoyance that costs you your life, followed by seconds of misery as you have to feel your organs be ripped from your thorax and abdomen as the barbs never leave its skin. That's what a bee is expected to do for one that they biologically consider superior. And I despise that reality. But a last hypothetical before we end this conversation. What's a bee to a nuke? Does anyone even consider the wildlife when a power plant melts down? Or when a weapon of mass destruction used by a human is fired?
So he cost. Unless it's their job to care, they won't.
Indeed. That's where my obsession with living in the present comes from. If you must know and must play the what do the kids call it? Armchair psychologist. If you want to know the meat of my
I'll be fair and call it an obsession. That's where it comes from. I live in the moment due to the nature of the complexities of being a leader. It's my job to care about creatures who can't care about themselves. I'm expected to accept this societal boundary. I'm also expected to make the choice of who is meant to sting the grizzly bear. Not if they should. And so I do everything I possibly can to look at what's in front of me and look at the work that's in front of me, instead of planning for what might happen the day the chains around me are unclasped. With that said, would anyone like honey tarts?
I would love a honey tart.
Oh yeah,
Go on.
he claps. A bunch of beetlers come out and start putting down like food trays of food before all of you.
What exactly are in these? Also, thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chaz.
Of course, it's no concern at all. He gives you like a pat on the back, once again, somewhat awkwardly, before returning to his cool persona. And just, well, I mean, there's honey, there's wheat, there's and he like lists off like cookie ingredients, different other varying
Gotcha.
things. Yeah, so he eventually, if we're just gonna skip so that we can get this done, so that Tobis can get off here. We're very on time for once in our lives. He eventually does leave. I'm gonna keep it on the same map. Though no, you would be led to a different. I'm just gonna shove you in this room. Actually, I think I could make walls, but I don't have token visibility on, so I'm not gonna bother doing it. So he eventually walks away and leaves, leaving you guys in the another like sub suite, like clearly like a fancy guest room, in the same complex that you were in. Not quite the actual. You probably are a floor or two down at this point from the like high rises penthouse, but you are in a fairly lavish room at this point. There's like two twin sizes. There's a actually fancy like one of those hot tub jacuzzi like baths, like a separate shower and bath in the bathroom, a bidet, you know, like pretty fancy for claw standards. Uh, Beautiful, gorgeous overlook of the town below. So you see like in different cities, like many of these buildings are just as tall as yours. And the skyscrapers being significantly more common due to the increase in populations.
Can I, um, in this room, do I sense any bees nearby in this room?
Roll D20.
What's a bee? Bro? What is a
Bro.
bee?
Ah, 1 second. Yeah, no, you're really just like I don't know how to fucking explain. Sure, let's roll a severity. Sure, I guess. Why not? Let's see how severe this is. Not super severe, middle of the way. So,
I'm just really frustrated from the last conversation. I can't tell
yeah,
him.
yeah.
I'm just so fucking pissed.
You're so pissed. You covered this whole lovely room. There's like a constant like aroma being pushed out. It is kind of plain, you have to admit, you know. Although it's like, have you ever seen that one hotel in California that's based around like sports cars, and the rooms are like nice in terms of amenities, but have absolutely nothing because they're based by like car designers who are like, so the whole room is just like sleek. Like there's like the bed is like a fancy kept aloft or like pure red, and most of the room's empty, but they have like the whole like thing I just described with like the separate showers and stuff. So like hotel standards, great, but you're paying like $1,000 a night for an
Mhm.
empty room essentially. That's what you're in. So you're just looking around, you're like, oh, it's like there's a bit more here because there's like a proper like television set and like maybe a massage chair, but still pretty sleek and like fairly monochrome, only having like different pristine whites and like different reds and blacks and yellows. So a bit more than monochrome, but like very, very limited in color. And you're just so pissed. Like I said, you're just like, this is such like Chaz. It's exactly his fucking style too. The sleek efficiency over emotion. God, and you're just like stinking up the whole place. Your pheromones and badger stink everywhere. And yeah, Lennon, combo, you're just having to deal with this. You just ate, and you just see Kenneth pacing around, Bart pacing around, being like and grumbling to himself as you're in this actually pretty nice, lavish setup at this point. You have room service too, by the way, so you kind of just been scrolling through room service at this point, Len, being like, "Ooh, there's some pretty cool stuff here."
Oh,
It's
Up to you
Jesus.
all.
it's not safe. I don't trust
I'm
it.
leaving.
Yeah. It's not safe to speak, I don't think.
If you're gonna come, I'm leaving.
All right, shit. All right, we're leaving.
Okay, you leave.
I assume we're just
You
leaving the
comment?
whole building. Yeah.
Yeah, where do you go, I guess, would be the question. Len turns into a Ford F-150 again. You pile inside of him and just start driving down a claw road. It's when you're in the proper city. Like I said, this world, while based off of real world mythology, is essentially the concept is what if real world myth was real and they had shonen-esque abilities in like very, very bare bones practice. That's the concept. The population is far larger in this world due to the nature of mythical beings existing and things of that nature. And so, in this place, it's not like LA is a very wide city. There are skyscrapers and stuff, don't get me wrong. I know I've been there numerous times, but if you're thinking about it practically, the amount of suburbs, like it just stretches for miles and miles and miles. And in comparative to places like New York, where there's a skyscraper after skyscraper, it's a wider city. In this world, since you're in that same general area, it's almost like a combination of like New York and LA. Buildings are all taller. Like as you're driving through in the like middle of town, the smallest building you've seen is 2 stories, and you can assume it had a basement. There's like metro stations going place to place as it's just far larger to deal with a larger influx of population and things of that nature. And many of the suburbs even have things like, then the larger portions of the suburbs, there are still things like multiple high-rise apartment constructs inside of like the some more suburban areas and things like you see many like combination, even though it's more common in Grecus, here it's still fairly common. You end up seeing things like combination uh corporations, things like that. Like you'll see a large scale like general shopping complex, but then there'll also be a collaboration between a like fast food place and then like inside there'll be another small shop. Like a lot of Walmarts have like Subways in them in the real world. It'd be like a Walmart, but then in the front entrance there's an Applebee's, and then at the back entrance, there's a McDonald's. And then there's also a Barnes and Noble and a Subway and a Starbucks on a second story of that same shopping complex sort of situation. Is like the norm here. You see a lot of things like that. Like I said, the smaller buildings you're seeing in the inner city are like at least 2 to 3 stories, and they're just high rise after high rise, skyscraper after skyscraper, numerous even sky bridges you see of interconnecting gridways and even like almost highways in the air going from like skyscraper to skyscraper. There's just so much influx of like people and places, and it's busy, it's bustling, there's noise everywhere. And as you've driven for about at this point 4 miles into like at least 4 miles, couple minutes into the darkness of the varying lights and hustle and bustle, even in the middle of the night, it's fairly common. Occasionally, you see a shadow as wings flap above you. You finally feel safe in the hustle and bustle, eventually coming to a stop. Like I said, you're in like the dead middle of the city at this point, so you're stopping, starting again. You know how LA traffic goes. So
I
you're in that
assume
at this point.
we're on our way back to the blimp because we all have rooms there. We don't have to pay to go
Yeah.
anywhere. We go back to
The rest of the boys are there.
yeah. On the way though, I think we're gonna talk.
Yeah.
They're all in pain. Every single one he has been working on is in excruciating pain. It took so much out of me not to do something. I couldn't speak because of that. It's all that was radiating in my head was I could hear them. He's our traditions are gone if he takes over.
Right. And what do you want to do, Kenneth?
I have to get stronger.
For what?
He's gotta go.
You're
Do you
gonna kill him?
I'm gonna do my fucking best.
do you plan on taking his place?
That's how that would have to work. If I enter back in and I kill him, I can't drop out really. So I'm prepared for that eventuality. I have to get stronger. That's all that means. I can't let him do that to the
Yeah.
family.
It's more than the family, Kenneth.
I know. I know it's more than the family. But that's what's on my mind right now. The world
No,
is in
I
danger with him.
I
Yeah.
definitely I don't know. I don't agree with what he's doing, but I don't know how B society works. I'm inherently biased from the outside. Uh, if if it's what you want to do and you can change it and change in a more actually progressive manner, then I'm with you. But I'm not sure if it is right or not
It's not
to do it.
progressive. It's an aggressive form of forced evolution. Uh, it's eugenics with bees. Why do you think he has Turiel? That man's got the mono reserves of big mono reserves on that guy. Look at his abilities. He's got 3 basically in one body, and he's still walking around like it's nothing. He's a perfect specimen for this. Even I know that. The
So
research was thorough too. The bees were a scientific marvel.
Those are all dangerous. They're horrifying.
An abomination. Yeah.
If I don't think I'd be even okay if he was just working on making pollinators better pollinators. How even that's
So are we crashing a wedding then?
still have my invitation. But it might be a bad idea to do it at a wedding.
Unless Turiel expressly says for me to. I cannot. He told me directly not to kill this guy. And I wanted to. And if it wasn't for Turiel saying that, I would have ripped his throat out. My parents made this.
Not your parents. You're not from here, remember?
Those were the same names as my parents, yeah? Or were they different?
Oh no, they were. This
Yeah.
research was actually identical to what your parents were doing. I mean, look at yourself. You are.
Yeah.
They knew you were gonna have Nash, at least conceptually, in the womb. So they gave a small, controlled dosage, to alter you to be more shark-like. However, they did so. I guess you could argue they did so morally because there's like a situation of like, well, we don't want him to have gills. That'd be problematic for his life and stuff like that. But they gave you cool hammerhead DNA to help you in whatever. So the research that he is using was actually directly from your parents' like research book from the institution. Things of that nature. He is just using it. He's just converting it from humans uh to more extreme situations in bees.
Yeah. Look at me. I'm practically patient zero.
The inherent nature of it is different. Sorry for using it, but like he said, there's a difference between a nuke and nuclear energy. Just because you're this doesn't mean your parents are okay with what he's doing with these bees. It's a shame that their technology is being used that way, but that wasn't their intention with you by any means.
And he was wrong, by the way, about a couple things. Towards the end there. There are people in the world that care about what the nuke does to wildlife. What a nuclear meltdown does to the ecosystem. It's not just about people who have jobs. It wipes out
Did
everything,
Turiel care?
even the microorganisms.
Turiel set off a nuclear explosion by splitting in atoms in the middle of a Mu ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, comma. Hey, your word, I know you take promises importantly, and your word is certain, but have you thought about Turiel's previous mental state and if he actually wants this? As you said, he set off a nuke in the middle of the ecosystem.
I did.
He seems very unstable currently.
I know. But is it wrong to say that I want him to say that I was right? To ask me directly for help?
No,
It's
you're
not a
not.
wrong feeling.
That's not wrong, but I would say I wouldn't hold out for that. He
That's why I'm
seems
going to ask him. Hmm.
And if he still doesn't want it, will you leave this society to regress and not help Kenneth?
If he says that he wants the marriage to occur, there's a couple of things I don't
You,
know.
you
I could
are.
do a lot of things. I can do a lot of things, but I'd feel bad about doing 80% of them. I don't like feeling bad about it.
sometimes it's better to ask forgiveness than permission.
I won't get the chance to ask forgiveness.
What would make you feel worse? Letting this happen or fixing it? In the end, the choice is yours. But Kenneth has made a decision, and I agree with him. Whether you're
But
involved or not,
I also don't think anybody here would want Turiel to marry anybody like that.
Turiel isn't marrying him legitimately. He's going to be a stud horse,
It's
or
still
more like
very
a
one
genetic
way or another.
farm. Additionally, they're going to do ritualisms there. I wonder if they're gonna. These bees are going to be weapons of mass destruction.
We have to do it before they get their hands on Turiel fully.
Weak. Fine. I'll ask Turiel what he wants. And if it's not the answer we need, I'll take an appropriate action.
Just lean into the conversation a certain way. Make it think it's his idea. I know that sounds horrible, but
You think he's a hopeless endeavor? Kenneth? Have
Turiel,
you genuinely sat down and spoken with him before?
I have. Not since this world has started, but before I've talked to him.
That boy, because he is a boy,
Mm.
is broken and shattered, but in the best way. Unfortunately, there's strength to him. I know it. But when it really comes down to it, though he may be rash, he knows what he wants. Hopes he wants the right thing.
Maybe bring up in your conversation. I don't know if he'd even want this now, but they're just looking for a merger. with my family and his. If we take out Chaz, I get that position. I could marry Turiel, and that business negotiation is accomplished. So he's not letting down his
Kenneth.
family.
Toby Kenneth gets the sharpest look. It is very sharp.
Uh-huh. I'm I mean no disrespect, but I have a feeling he's only doing this for his family. And if that's the
Like you.
case, not just for my family, though that is a big reason.
What else are you doing this for?
Well, if you heard the pain those abominations are in, that's a big one for me too. I don't consider that family. I'm an outlier in my family when it comes to what they consider assets. I actually, it hurts me. I try to have a relationship with, at least some sort of relationship with my bees. Um, it Most of my family has a very distinct view of, well, you heard their words, assets. The worker bees, the drones, they have one purpose: provide for the queen, the hive. Every bee, every every one has a specific purpose, and if that purpose is not fulfilled, they are useless. That is how my family views that. I don't view it that way. I am saddened with every bee I lose. It's how my ability works. It's the only way I can get through, and I know that. And but I have a link to each and every one. I lost that for, it was only for a little bit when you took that. That I've never felt so alone than when you did that. I have it back, and I still have no bees around me, and I'm having a moment because the only bees I have heard were in excruciating pain. So I'm doing this for my family, but I'm doing it for the bees. And if I can, I I want to bring some of my views into my family. Yes. So if if those bees get out into the world though, it's also very bad. You heard there 50,000 bees escaped right before we were in there with nobody to control them. They were erratic. Imagine what happened
Yeah.
with those other ones that are machines, warlike, God, abominations. That could kill cities.
More. What he's making will be worse.
But
Uh,
I am doing it for my family, and I'm also doing it because it has to be done. My views are not on the line here, and I'm not saying Turiel's are either. I'm just giving you more information to help your talk with him. That is all.
hmm. I'll do the talk. We'll see what happens.
Thank you.
I don't like him. He reminds me of me.
I don't like him either. He reminds me of not
What did I mean?
Car stops in the middle of the road.
Car
me.
stop.
What does that mean? Like,
Just so you know, he said that and just zoned out. He's like, he reminds me of not me. He just stares at the dashboard.
okay.
Yeah, right.
What the hell? Any hoodles. Oh man. Was I cry? Commas. Do you think I was collecting the cool guy quest to push forward this idea of not this idea, but the preconceived genetic embryo splicing?
I mean, from my understanding, your understanding of it was that you were saving your mom. Maybe they would have done
Yeah.
that with that gene editing, but
Do you
how did your parents treat individuals that might be considered lesser? Like poor individuals or those with genetic abnormalities?
well, my mother was had it well, technically a genetic abnormality, but it was caused by me. She was treated well, but the society around us didn't treat her well. They were busy people. At least my father was a busy man.
So you never had an interaction where they kind of quote
No, I never saw
unquote
them kick a homeless person before. You know, they
they've
never
never
stoned them.
they've never but they've also
They never like beat up a homeless person in front of
but
the Waffle House.
have they also so to speak uplifted any individual, took it upon themselves to alter their circumstances in a way that they might have not enjoyed? If the answer is no, there's your answer with what their intention was with this genetic data.
They let me keep Kenji. And they also, whenever he got turned into red mist, they did just let me into the lab. And they did let me bring him back to life synthetically. The overall answer is probably no. I don't think so. The thoughts of a child and the memory of their parents are going to be two different things.
I'm sure he'll make the right decision.
Right. It seems that my parents in this world are either dead as doornails or aren't very involved. Or they're divorced. I couldn't really tell what he was implying at that moment.
I don't know.
There's a possibility that they passed away.
Something about greed. Wanted too much. Maybe
In
they
this-
knew too much.
Maybe
I
in
don't
this
know.
reality they attempted to modify themselves.
They were. Wait a minute. 8 wood. Oh,
What about him?
you gotta be kidding me. Rise.
Hello. Hi. That's my name.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. The circus stuff was generally similar to the research that Mr. Man was doing, yeah. Almost strikingly similar.
One second, I'm typing something to Sam. I mean, what?
Oh, take your time, God. Take your time.
We have to wrap up soon. I gotta get a nap in because I gotta pick up
I
Savannah
know.
soon.
Yeah, I probably should too. I know I'm not gonna, but anyways.
I'm probably not gonna either, but I do have to shower at
Yeah.
least first.
Yeah, same. But anyways, okay, so yeah, you get that screamed in your head by Big Bucks
Mhm.
Billy as your new game
Thank you,
plus
Big Bucks
just
Billy.
save, disappears. It's not just normal game again. But that's a really complex question. Roll. Is it gonna sound fucking stupid? I know. I just want to roll for everything so we can speed through this. So roll like 5 d20s for me, please, and I'll just
Oh,
do the adding
shit.
in my head.
I did firmly understand.
You did
That's not
you
bad.
did above average on all of those.
Okay, so one hard fail and everything else is a success. Okay, I need to think about how I'm gonna word this shit.
Okay, while you do that, I will be right back.
I see.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll explain that to you out loud. It's a choice, and the wedding is the choice. What happens at the wedding determines what happens with that plot point almost exclusively. Because remember, that's why Big Bucks Billy said they traded. As in, they literally traded. But the thing is, the nightmare has made them unstable. Like I said, there's not really a this world's version of Kamo. It's more just
Right.
like, it is just Kamo and he came in through the nightmare, so he's unstable. So the thing is, the choice isn't 100% set in stone of who's who because it's like Shadow Slave Nightmare situation. You're not in your own body. So this is what's happening with them. So I mean, like I said, the choice is simple. Only one of them can have it.
Yep. Oh my god. All right.
That's the answer.
I
Yeah, so
need-
Big Bucks
damn
Billy
it.
said, that's what all the shit tell you. It comes together in your head. Big Bucks Billy calls you on
Yeah.
your radio and is like, bitch, please, reading
Bitch, please.
comprehension. I get it's quantum physics, but it's been implied.
Though, to be fair, I didn't think that was something that could change. I thought that was
That's
the
fair, that's
reality of this reality.
Yeah, that's why I was simply telling you, because I was like, I think you understand it conceptually, but it's one of those things of like, oh, it's already set in stone. I think, like I said, I was like, I get it's confusing, that's why I'm telling you. I'm just being funny about it. So, like,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So I was like, the whole arson new game plus, I feel like at this point, it'd be like, okay, fine, I owed you, like, one big
It's back.
nice. So, like, I feel like it's just easier to come out and say and be like, okay, hey, whatever,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at that point.
All right, Toby's back. All right, here we go.
Toby's back. Hello. Is X back?
Actually back.
It's in here. Hello.
Hi.
All right.
Yeah, so anyway, so you
All
done
right,
figured
yeah.
that out. And for the last thing, okay, this is how it do be go.
Okay.
Okay, so the first thing you realize, Kamo, is I feel like it's pretty obvious, but I'm just gonna put it out here for the sake of reading comprehension. You're kind of understanding where Chaz coming from. You're thinking about like this. You don't know why, but you know you and him are shockingly similar in a similar situation to Sable and Strife. And so you're actually in his head to some point. You know there's something big and likely traumatic in his past that forced him to decrease what he thought of bees, which under normal circumstance would probably not mean anything. But due to the nature of him being a king to a society of, and you put this together in your head, actually, quickly. Toby didn't scan as a human mutation the first time. He scanned as a megaflora. As in a bee who's mutated to be human, not the other way around.
Mhm.
And so you think that his trauma might stem from the fact, because you, like I said, you've seen the genetic research, that everyone in his family, including him, is a bee, not a human. And something traumatic likely happened to him that made him depreciate the value of a bee's life. Which, like I said, under normal circumstances, it'd probably just be, I don't know, bee phobia or whatever, like a phobia of bees, whatever that's called. I know it's not arachnophobia, but I don't know off the top of my head. Aporophobia, I think? No, that's not, whatever. But anyways, so something that, but the problem comes down to the fact he's going to be the king of a society of bee people, which you can see where that turns into. And
Yes.
so that's the first thing you notice in the back of your mind library. The second thing you realize is no, he's a self-made man. He's studied other people's researches. However, you realize three things in very quick succession. Haywood created the stabilized solution for the drug but deemed it a failure. And you realize, Haywood, your dad used to know him. Very briefly.
Yeah.
Like I said, they weren't friends, but this was explained at one point in the past where they worked in the same department. This would have been many, many years ago, and your dad's not old enough, but when your dad was getting into the department, as I have headcanon, your dad's probably older than your mom, at least a little bit. As your dad was getting into the department, he was leaving, as he's worked all over the world, as he's really only ever cared about his research. And so the thing is, your dad was likely inspired by his research. These circus freaks were likely inspired by his research. And Chaz were likely inspired by his research. However, individually, there's not his signature touch. Because, like, you can tell off of it, the circus experiments were done by the circus for likely less than likely to make attractions. And they just had a monkey and they were committing animal abuse to test these formula to see how far they could push it without doing it on humans. And then you can kind of see that Chaz, because Chaz, you realize something. He said, myself and he's genetically modified himself.
Yeah, to be more human.
You do not know. He doesn't look more human, though. He looks comparable to how Kenneth looked before he was what he is. Looks at him.
The creature.
So the creature from the feature featuring the creature. But yeah, like I said, you can tell that, like, in some weird fundamental way, there's like a lot of stuff. Anything that had that touch, there's like a weird overlying process. Like I said, his research is omnipresent, but it would be hard not to find it because he worked in numerous branches of science. Most of the modern ability theory was created by him, unironically. The thing is, like I said, he is like the reason that I'm just gonna give them a name because, like, they're not in the real webcomic story yet, so they don't have an official name because I didn't like their old acronym, because their old acronym was the first letter of each of their names. But then two of the characters got rolled into a singular character, and I'm not gonna give more lore tidbit or behind the scene for that. So like it doesn't work anymore. So we're just gonna call them STEM. STEM is a organization or not an organization, a loosely assigned one, of essentially with this world's equivalent of Nobel Prize winners. Someone who is far, far above the rest of society in terms of research. Be it from being a genius, be it from just sheer dumb luck of discovery, be it from their actual ability, so on and so forth. And they're like generally considered to be like 20 years or more above the modern peoples in terms of at least one aspect of science. Haywood was the original like head. He was like a head in robotics, genetics, anything in relating to abilities. He had attempted to figure out everything he could about abilities and bring it to the forefront of people, as he was born in the tail end of society when abilities were still new. It was the most exciting avenue of science, and he spent his entire life before he disappeared randomly. Which, like I said, he would have disappeared at the age of 89, almost a decade ago at this point. Somewhere around Claw.
He paused.
In your head at least, but you're kind of
Yeah.
realizing there's a lot of things that have his research, and some of them are further than they were when he was alive. So you have a kind of back of your head theory. You don't think he's alive, but you think people might just outright be copying him, or like maybe you think he is alive. He was a high tier scientist, but like you get the point at that point. It's a little up in the air.
He
You start
became
thinking. True. Maybe he became
a
a lich.
science.
That's true. That might have happened. But no, you can tell Chaz is a self-made man, but he's taken inspiration from burying other works, from burying other people. Because like this has his own brand on it, so to speak. Where he's doing a lot too. He's like hardcore focusing on like etymology and entomology sound the same. It's one of those two. Like the research on bugs and ability usage and things like that. Like there's something that has gotten him utterly obsessed. And you realize many genetically modified creatures aren't fertile. Like just think about it. A mule can't have kids. Most ligers can't have kids.
Yeah.
Can you have kids? Can he have kids? Why does he need Turiel if he can't have kids? Because he for sure can't have kids. If you're questioning if you can, and you know for a fact he's been making abominations.
Yeah.
That, or he doesn't want kids from Turiel. He wants something else. And then you realize he said this was neither of them were willing. And you're starting to think that he believes what he just said. But he wants something from Turiel. But he doesn't want anything involving the marriage. And yeah. And then like I said, so you start thinking, you start putting it together. All these people at least had access to Haywood in some way, at least indirectly. Your parents, the circus, so on and so forth. And like you realize if this was the original test formula that Haywood had made in the Institute, how did it get to Claw? Sure, they could have just imported it. And so you're having a sneaking suspicion that someone knows similar things to what Haywood knew at bare minimum. You're not sure the exact of it. You're kind of in this weird, is he a science lich? Is there a copycat killer out there, but like whatever the equivalent of copycat killer is in science? Or has someone reverse engineered what he was doing?
Little do I know it's all three.
Little did I know it's all three. True. Well, little did you know that was the one you got wrong, and I'm completely bullshitting you, believably, right now because I'm evil.
Holy impossible.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Anyways, I will say literally only one thing I said was false. Everything else is like what you're thinking. So there you go. Boom.
Got it.
Yeah.
We got it strangled.
I can't believe Haywood is actually your father.
I can't
Do it all
believe it.
alone.
That would be Papa. Please.
That's why when
Kill
you
us.
go to California, your Haywood's gonna show up and be like, son, come here. I need to do an experiment on you.
Haywood, I need you to blow up Olive Claw. Think of it as child support.
I mean,
All right. Please save me.
perhaps it's something you could
Okay.
dig into. I mean,
Good. Oh man. If I was an
It's up to
ethical
Turiel.
scientist.
It's all up to Turiel now.
Yeah.
yeah.
Is
Has
genuinely seriously up the turret.
Oh, wait a second. I forgot about this. You remember Seraphim mentioned Haywood by name.
That's his daddy. He said so.
And then you realize, wait, that means he is alive. That'd make him 98, and you're 90% sure he was just a straight up human.
What the scallop?
Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. Dun, dun, dun. I forgot that happened. I was looking at it and I was like, wait a second. And I was like skimming through the episodes like on fucking YouTube, and I was like, yeah, no, I forgot that Seraphim did just straight up say, I never really met my mom. I know her name, but I probably shouldn't say it. But oh yeah, my dad, air quotes, Haywood, is the guy who like woke me up from death.
Yeah, I did bring up Haywood by name.
At least I think about it, like, wait a second. Dun dun dun. There you go. But yeah.
He's still alive. If he knew I knew this, I'd probably be fucking dead, guys. Yeah. He'd probably scoot my brain out.
Hold on. I got a call from Big Bucks Billy.
Yeah.
Has anything changed with the others that came here? Like, is Kenji kind of Ambrosio? Or are they still them? Because me and Kenneth are us still, so nothing changed with us.
Kenji's a lizard, dude.
He's a lizard. But is that related to Ambrosio in any way? Like, is some personality trait of him? Because you no longer have your family, and you told me that Ambrosio lost his family before, and now he has his family again. Is there any differences elsewhere, like in Ambrosio and Kenji?
Don't know.
The Jade Arbiter are still after us here.
I will say
No, he's still after
Ambrosio now seems a little more aggressive towards me for some reason.
Oh, that was a topic, dude. I'm being dead serious.
Ambrosio was cool.
That's just
with
how a
you.
topic is.
Topic hated you, yeah. And anyways, as you
That's
say
just
that,
how a
wait a
topic is.
second. Have you seen Ambrosio for the past week?
Yeah, it's just been a topic in Max Dreadful.
You realize you haven't seen Ambrosio at all. It's been one or the other.
Where's Ambrosio?
Wait a second. Kenji's a fucking lizard, but everyone else sees him as a monkey. Only the nightmare people are seeing him as a... Oh, fuck. We never even checked to see if Ambrosio was... Wait a second.
They 3 people? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Oh, yeah, Ambrosio is fucking gone, dude. It's only been Max or a topic.
Didn't you say that he was a rock? Is there just a
That's how we
rock somewhere in the
started,
ship? Is there a rock somewhere in the ship? That's just him?
Now that you're saying that, Sam, roll a d20 to see if you remember. Yeah.
Sam, please
Oh,
do this.
fuck, please.
I'm gonna. What's a rock?
What's a rock?
You're thinking about it. Kenji threw a rock the other day, if you remember. You're like,
Oh
when
my
you
God.
when you
Oh,
were a
fuck.
duck, Kenji had a rock after he decided to blow up the water
shit.
monster for some reason, and he threw that shit away yesterday.
Oh my God, Kenji killed Ambrosio.
Kenji killed Ambrosio.
Kenneth is
He
just
murdered
gonna
him.
blink at Kenneth.
That rock, that fucking, he's a truck still, so you're just blinking at
You see the
I'm
headlights
just looking
flash
at the
on and on.
radio. I'm just looking at the radio. What?
You mean the rock that he showed us?
Isn't because, like you said, he's multiple people. You said Ambrosio was a rock.
Wait,
he threw that
no.
fucking rock.
The
He
rock,
said it was his core.
wrong. Both of you.
Both of those were clearly, both of those were clearly false.
That's literally what Kenji said to me.
I
that
know,
it was
Kenji,
his
But
core.
I
that's
know.
not
I'm
it.
just saying,
I
reading
know
the
what that
things
rock
that you-
was.
You do, yeah.
What was
That-
that rock?
Yeah. What was
Remember
the
that
rock?
water thing that attacked us?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
you got it just after that.
No, I don't actually know what that water thing that was attacked you guys.
Oh,
Did
anyway.
with Lynn.
Well,
Yeah.
that water thing is a fear form of mechanical sea creatures.
That's a
Some
specific fear.
mechanophobia.
Yes, very
But,
specific fear. Anyway, that rock was that fear factor in its original
Fear form.
state.
Mhm.
Fear form in its original state. Kenji released it to save me. It 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 did save me technically, but it also brutally assaulted me.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it is a giant whale and skeletal whale also, and Kenji released it into the world. I'm surprised he didn't tell anybody about that.
I had
He
no
did
idea that
leave
happened.
He did leave that out. He said, "Guys, my core came out." And you're like, "That doesn't seem healthy." And then Len, you were a duck, and shrugged. And he
I'm
never told anyone what had happened.
really surprised no one said that. But yeah, no,
I
there's
literally
a
don't know.
that creature is back out in the world and very not cool, very dangerous.
Is that like your fear or like what?
Oh, it is now.
Oh. Have
You
you
know
tried
what? Fair.
making it not
I
be?
think I have severe PTSD from that. Have you ever
Yeah.
gotten like brutally mauled by several mechanical sharks and just random mechanical sea creatures all at once, fully underneath water? As a bee, I have. Not cool. I had
Oh.
chunks missing.
Kind of be, but sounds rough, man. I'm
He's
sorry.
just gonna blink at you.
I'm sorry, dude. It sounds rough. I've had chunks missing out of me though. It's rough.
Regular currents.
But yeah, no,
Right.
very not cool. But that's what that rock is, Leonard.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, roll again.
So,
Now that you're aware of what that rock is, I'll give you one more chance. Oh my god!
Jesus Christ.
You know, Leonard. Nah, Kenneth is wrong. Actually,
No,
you know for
wait.
a fact
No,
that
I don't know if you
that
know it,
rock
Kenneth,
was Ambrosio.
but ducks are really great at telling what minerals are, and that rock had the aura of Ambrosio.
You know, the sad thing is
So
that's
bad.
technically true because they are both fear forms, just of different fears. So, yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. The duck brain can't differentiate them, I guess. So, yeah, no, Kenji can kill. You watch it.
He
happen.
fucking killed him. He killed Ambrosio.
The
No.
whale spawned from
wait.
Ambrosio's corpse, actually. He sacrificed Ambrosio to summon the whale.
Oh my god!
Oh.
I think
It
can
makes
Kenji
so much
control
sense.
whales? He fucking summoned
Leonard.
that shit. I think we got a
Leonard.
whale on this.
Oh, buddy. Yes, but no.
Holy shit!
Oh,
No, wait. We're gonna go back to the
Is he gonna
first
kill
statement
me?
you made.
Is he? Would he kill me? I was a duck.
No,
Would he
hold
rip
on.
my fucking head off?
First statement
Thanks,
you
gonna
made
kill-
yeah.
about the aura being the same. Yes, but no. Okay. Kinda. We've been through this.
Kinda.
We know what Ambrosio is, right?
3 different people. One of them being a rock. He's dead.
We're gonna walk
He's
through this
fucking
together.
dead.
We're gonna walk through this together step by step, okay? You were a duck, so maybe it didn't really make sense to you at the time. Don't know how that magic works on you.
Maybe
Close
it's
to
kind of
the
like your
same
honey
aura.
badger itself.
Yeah, maybe. Close to the same aura, same species, wrong person. It's like saying all humans have the same aura.
I mean, maybe like like 6 of the fingerprints were the same, but it just changed because he mutated back to a rock?
No, you're jumping. You're jumping. Not the right direction though.
And then you know that the rock inside of the Doom pod that you saw Ambrosio put into it when you were a duck isn't Ambrosio because Ambrosio put it into the Doom pod,
Yeah,
obviously. And how did he
exactly.
put himself in the Doom pod? Yeah.
Has anyone seen a rock on this ship? Like, I've only seen Ambrosio mess with rocks, but Ambrosio is a rock now, so that can't be him.
Wait, you saw Ambrosio mess with a rock?
Yeah.
And you obviously don't
Then
think
it's
it's that rock.
Because Ambrosio was messing with the rock. It couldn't have been him.
Here's the thing. If you saw Ambrosio messing with the rock, what's the problem?
Well, Ambrosio wasn't a rock at that point.
It could have been one of his other 2 personalities.
He's only
Well, that
had
was
the Doom
Ambrosio.
pod since we were on the blimp.
So where's
I mean,
this other
yeah,
rock?
but
I
like,
think we're doing too much. This was right.
Where's the other rock?
Overthinking, underthinking.
Oh, speaking of overthinking, right? Something way more important. So we've concluded. Wait, so has Ambrosio basically switched places with Kenji?
No.
Like, okay? So they haven't, right? Right.
I don't
Okay.
think so. I don't know.
Okay.
It
So,
depends.
but you and Turiel have switched places.
It would seem that our lives have flipped.
Do you want your family back, Kamo?
Yeah,
Well,
I do.
it looks like Turiel is doing genetic modification shit, kind of like your path, helping modify all that things. He's the cool guy. So if the wedding calls off and he can't do the cool guy, and his family falls through, your family comes back, and things are turned correct again.
Unless we just have to kill all of his family again.
Unless the bee man just fucking
That
kills
is
his family.
correct. That is correct, yes.
But yeah, if we kill his family, your family comes back. Due to the temporal shunting in the void, as Kenneth put it.
I don't know.
Well, you
how
didn't say
much
temporal.
It's
You
going to
didn't.
be
You didn't
impossibly difficult to tell Turiel that I have to kill every part of his family to get my family back.
no,
I'm sure he'll
Maybe
be
leave that out.
gracious.
no. The thing is that either the reason why your mana is so low is because you're on the path that Turiel had before, and so
I have to eat a spark of unraveling.
maybe that could also be an option. But the main thing, though, is that this wedding is an integral part of that future transformation due to your guys' former paths. So if the wedding goes on, Turiel starts doing this, your family will be most likely shunted forever.
Right. Fate loves forcing my hand. I can't wait to
think
be free
maybe-
of this thing.
Maybe you should leave that part out of the conversation you plan on having with him.
Obviously.
Okay. Just making sure we're on
Oh
the same
yeah,
page.
Turiel. I need to kill every single member of your family again, right in front of you so you can feel that trauma. I'm sure it'll be just fine. Trust me.
Do you guys
How's
want
that
one
sound?
more big plot reveal for the session? Or because we went late, just for like a little sweet treat?
I love sweet
Yes.
treats. Yay!
I love sweet treats. So something starts coming out of the radio.
Oh shit! Sorry, guys.
Oh no. Oh yeah. And a top hat pops out, followed by a greenish mist, which will pop into the seat next to you, and go, "You're damn right, Kamo!" In Big Bucks Billy's voice, as he takes the top hat off, and he's Big Bucks Billy. And you see the man from the library.
Oh
What the
man.
And he goes, "And now then,
For the last game we're gonna be playing, can you gnash your teeth against this fate, sinner? I'm curious to see if you can get your way out of this. Can you save both? Which one will you choose in the end? The predictions are in, so are the bets. So let's roll those dice. See you around, Camo.
Is he wearing a seatbelt?
No.
We're gonna brake check.
It's your front window.
Yeah, Lennon, it's actually crazy, dude, because the conceptual entity fucking does affect fly out your window. But he's fine. He just lands on his feet. He's like, I predicted that, but did you predict this? And you realize the shards of glass in a perfectly predicted way of the windshield fall right under the tires and pop all of them, causing you to spin off on the LA highway, causing a like 20-car pile up, making it so you can't get back to the blimp. Well, the chips are set. You still got 2 questions. You don't really got the business empire, but you know what? As a special little treat just for you. And just so I can spite Azzy a little bit more, I'll give it back to you. I'll help you. I'll tell you for free how to get Arson back. If you win. But if you lose, no take backsy, and I'm taking the piece of myself back. Deal? And he sticks out his hand.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna take everything I want from you and move on. Because I can. I'll see you at the blimp.
If you think so. Later. And he disappears into his top hat and poofs into smoke. As a cha-ching noise happens.
That, Camo?
No, concept of fate. Don't worry about it.
You have
I think
fate
he's
going
mad.
against us?
I think like more of a neutral party. Like, you ever see a Twitch stream and he's like tuning in the chat? You know?
What happened to this group? What
Moral
you want to
shunt. Multiple
Well,
deaths, multiple
you can run
hirelings,
away.
a B blimp.
I think this is where we end the session on a cliffhanger on the highway. When a 20-car pileup.
I think I just killed a family of 3.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You're playing there.
I do brake check.
It's actually fucking crazy. Yeah, he flew out your window, landed on his feet, you spiraled out of control, and you're like, huh, maybe it wasn't a good idea to brake check the concept of fate itself. And then you fucking caused the pileup. You're like, huh.
Guys, we gotta go. Guys, we gotta go.
Transform back to a human and then just start running.
Yeah. That's a weird fucked up magic trick, because he probably would have run out of help. I mean, this might be the end of Ford F-150.
No,
Like,
you know what? I know what to do. I know what to do. I'll use my modification per transformation, and we'll change the license plate number. We're good, boys.
You take one of the license plates off of the crashed cars and scan another Ford F-150 in the pile up and run on foot away. I guess roll to see if you escape, and then we'll leave the cliffhanger on that, I guess.
Now, I got 2 natural ones in a row, guys.
Oh,
I did.
This better
Now
not
watch
be
this
happening.
drive.
This is 3, you're
Watch this
going to
drive.
jail.
Oh,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Jail. Also, technically, there was a man holding our car.
You brake checked in the middle of the highway.
and then
There
spun
was a
out.
man who assaulted our car.
There was no driver in the driver's seat. The cameras won't show anybody. It's fine. Let's go.
You guys are running off, and as you do, you hear in the distance, and that's where we leave the cliffhanger for this session.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.